Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome and thanks again for joining us. This is day 2 of the PI19 community meeting. For those of you who are joining us for the first time today, welcome. You missed quite a bit yesterday, but for those of you guys who are just joining us today, again, it's great to have you. I know there are a few people who like to join a minute or two after the start time, so I'll give those folks a few seconds to join, but while you're still here, if you could all pop into the chat and just wave hello and tell us where you're connecting from, it would be great to see who's with us and where they're from. I'll call out a few in the chat, so if you just want to pop into the chat there and just let us know where you're connecting from, that would be awesome. Johannesburg, we've got Steve who's in Mumbai. Ooh. New York, the Big Apple. Oscar, welcome from El Salvador. Excellent. That's a vacation spot on my bucket list. Miguel, unless you're a penguin, I'm pretty sure you're not from Antarctica, so. But welcome nonetheless. I see lots of folks from Myanmar. Excellent. Tulo is not in the capital of Kenya. He's in Kitui. Great to see you, Tulo. I wonder if it's raining there. Excellent. We have excellent folks. I see some new folks from yesterday that weren't there yesterday, but that's good nonetheless. Lots of folks were here from yesterday. That's excellent. Seattle is too hot for Miller this morning, but thank you for waking up this early and joining us nonetheless. Innocent from Uganda, thank you for joining us. Excellent. We've got a very good representation from everyone from, I think, pretty much everywhere. It's great to have you again here on day 2. Welcome. Day 2 focuses on a lot of our supporting work streams and some updates from the ecosystem. We'll hear from the folks at Interledger. We've got some really good updates on infrastructure. There were some mentions of those yesterday as well. So yeah, lots of a great packed day and great updates going on. So I'm going to kick things off by passing it to Sam, Vijay, and Miguel with the core team update. Just to give some housekeeping before I pass it over to Sam. Once more, we do have a Slack channel. I'll put that in the chat for you at some point. So those of you guys who are, there we go. Those of you guys who are not able to, there we go. So if you go to that Slack link, that's where we're having every conversation around the convening. If you've got any questions or any follow-up conversations, that's a place to do it. Feel free to sign up and join us there. Again, during our break, we have 2 trivia sessions again. These are the last 2. Your opportunity to dethrone Sam, or Sam, your opportunity to reclaim your crown. So again, I do encourage you all to stay on during the break time just to participate in our virtual trivia quiz, get a chance to become the champion. Please remember to use the same name that you used in yesterday's trivia sessions if you want your scores aggregated towards the final prize, which will be announced tomorrow. So with that, I will pass it over to Sam. Over to you.
Thank you, Simeon. Good morning, a very early morning for some of you, afternoon, evening, everyone. Good to be back at the community event. Today we have Miguel, Vijay, and myself talking about some of the updates on Mojaloop core maintenance. Also wanted to add that it was a great day yesterday with some very interesting sessions. It was great to hear updates from Mojaloop adopters and implementers. That said, let me share my screen and continue with the updates here. Simeon or Miguel, can you please confirm we can see this?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Shout out to all the contributors, some working on vNext, many other features for Mojaloop. If you are also a contributor to Mojaloop, if you've added a PR or some kind of contribution to Mojaloop, this is mostly comprised of people who are contributing to Mojaloop in form of code, but we're open to other contributors, which will be recognized tomorrow. Today, we want to take a quick look at the Mojaloop program increment 18 updates. The focus was primarily on Mojaloop stable release V14, some testing updates, and then we'll look forward to the candidate items we have for the next PI, program increment 19. So we started off this PI prioritizing the node upgrade of Mojaloop core services. This has been on the backlog for quite some time. We're finally able to prioritize that in the DA, all the governance groups, and so that was one of the goals: upgrade the node services to the long-term support version 16, which has long-term support now. I think it stays up to 2024. There are also other changes bundled along with that. Wanted to upgrade the Ubuntu image version for images used in Circle CI, supporting dependencies, CI/CD config that has been updated for all the services. So that was one of our goals. And then following that, we wanted to do a Mojaloop V14 release that's well tested and published. This would essentially close out the item of node upgrade, ensuring that we have a node version that's supported for a couple of years to come. Along with that, we have the usual items. There is about 20-25% time that a few of us dedicate for supporting community in the form of bug fixes, absorbing the changes. For example, we wanted to support the other active work streams who are contributing to Mojaloop core, the third-party work stream, bulk work stream, and infrastructure as code, Miniloop, and other initiatives. Also, one of the goal was to make sure that these are absorbed into Mojaloop, sometimes in the form of Mojaloop releases, and other times in the form of documentation and relevant artifacts. Another goal was to also maintain the golden path tests for various tests. We have various features. We have 3 test collections, one for the Mojaloop transaction, the FSP interoperability API, and another couple of collections, one for bulk and one for third-party feature. So those were the goals we had at this time, and then we'll look at later today the updates related to that. So this is the Mojaloop component diagram. We present this every PI. For those of you who were in person in Arusha for PI 18, like we have this. Didn't want to go through every change here, but there are 5 new blocks which are highlighted here in purple blocks that we wanted to represent this program increment. Not all of these were done this PI, but these were not updated in our previous component diagrams. For example, previously we only had the API gateway here at the API security level. With the introduction of the business operations framework, we also have identity access management and role-based access control catered for. These are applied on the administration APIs. So as Paul Baker and the team have demonstrated in the previous community events and discussed yesterday, Ori was chosen for, and some of the frameworks there, Keto, Kratos, and Oathkeeper, used for various functions there. On the left side here, we also have the template set for various operations, for example, like reporting, operations, monitoring, and self-service portals. Some of these were already provided as part of the finance portal V3 in the micro-friendly, so that is the new block here. Whereas, more importantly, it sets a foundation on which other features can be built on and extended and customized as needed for schemes. In addition, we also have another block here. Instead of Rancher previously, we now have infrastructure management. It comprises of IAC at a platform level, bootstrap level, and also Miniloop. Another update we'll hear from Vijay and Miguel later on is we have the testing toolkit used for adding functional tests in CI/CD itself. So this is going to be very useful, a fantastic feature for testing for contributors. So these are some of the changes. This deck is uploaded on Mojaloop GitHub in the PI presentations repo. So feel free to have a look and reach out if you have any questions. So briefly looking at the updates for this PI, give me one moment to clear off all the drawings. So focus was on the V14 release, Mojaloop, upgrading node version. Along with this, obviously, no release goes with just one feature or one update. There was a liquidity check related update where liquidity check is now more strict and decreases risk. So Miguel will talk about this a bit later. This was approved in the DA, and we'll see the follow-up discussion about that. Third-party services, some of the services were still using v0.1 in the previous release, v13.x releases, but now they've been brought up to v1.0, which is the standard API now. And then there was we spent a good amount of time. SDK scheme adapter was rigorously tested and validated. There was a component of the payment manager, Mojaloop connector. So SDK scheme adapter is now merged with that component. So there is no fork of that. A lot of additional validations were added, bugs fixed. So for example, these are some representative bug fixes here. There was some of the transfers that were timed out were being stuck. And as a consequence, multiple notifications were being sent. So that was fixed, and some maintenance about charts that was fixed as well, that was addressed rather than fixed. And then there were also minor fixes in how the transfer states were being used in the SDK scheme adapter. So all these are bundled in the v14 release. It is looking good so far. We had a good release candidate. And it was validated multiple times, I think every day in the past 3 weeks or so. So it is looking good now. We also have some patches in mind with bulk updates that are coming soon. Also, we were able to support current adopters and implementers in the form of bug fixes and changes, not just on implementation side, but also on the change control side as well, with the changes to the APIs and discussions on extensions and enhancements. Along with supporting the third-party and bulk implementation teams with offering design reviews, pull request reviews, running the tests, deploying, and various things like that. This is a high-level overview. With that, I would like to pass it on to Miguel to take us through the details on v14 and other changes included there. Miguel, over to you.
Thanks, Sam. I'm just sharing my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Can you see my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Sam. Let me just start with the introduction. So I'm Miguel de Barros from Motorsbox. I'm a principal architect, and I've been working on the open source funded development project for some time now. I'm part of the team designing and engineering the core Mojaloop services. Also involved with some of the vNext architecture work, but although not involved as much as I would like to be recently. I'm also a member of the Mojaloop Design Authority, and most importantly, I'm a community contributor. So thanks, Sam. So this slide is pretty much just a release summary of what's kind of being wrapped up, included in v14 at a high level. I'm going to go through each of these in more detail, but this is just kind of a slide nicely to bring everything together. So I'll be going through each one of these points, and there are currently 7 of them you can see here. So starting on the first one. Right. Okay, sorry, wrong way. All right, so starting on the, let me just move this out of the way. On the service upgrades, right? So one of the biggest efforts that we spent in this PI was pretty much upgrading all our core services to LTS, so basically long-term supported runtimes for Node.js, as well as Ubuntu for the Docker images that we use for our CI jobs, etc. And the reason for this is basically there was an increased concern around security and the vulnerabilities, since no patches or no security patches were being introduced into the versions of Node.js and Ubuntu that we were using, which is a concern. So that's basically being addressed as part of v14. And something else that this impacted our core components and our services was it hindered some of our upgradability from our dependency perspectives. In some cases, the newer version of Node.js required, these dependencies required a newer version of Node.js. So by us making sure that we are using the LTS version of Node.js, we're also making sure that we can use these latest versions of these dependencies. And once again, this will also improve on the security and vulnerability concerns that you would expect. And on point 2 here, let me actually use my amazing red pointer. On point 2 here, so just further adding on to that. So as we've gone through and upgraded all the LTS versions of Node.js, etc., we also took the opportunity to upgrade all the dependencies as we were making these changes throughout the code bases. And this, once again, further improves the security footprint. And this is something that we've already realized as some of the benefits that were mentioned in Godfrey's security report out yesterday. On point 3, we improved the maintainability through the standardization of the folder structures, the linting, the scripts, the Docker files, etc. Since we were touching all our repos, we took the opportunity to do that. And really, this has provided a huge benefit from a developer experience. Regardless of what repo you go to, you're more likely going to know where things are, how things work, some of the scripts, what the folders are, how to start things, etc. So you'll see very much a similar experience throughout the code base as a result of that. And then that kind of segues to point 4. It also gave us the opportunity to basically standardize our CI/CD configurations and our jobs, etc. And pretty much we can now lift and copy paste our CI configurations pretty much more or less in all our repos as a result of that. There might be a few minor configuration changes here or there, but in all intrinsic purposes, they are very much the same. As a result of this, we've also updated our CI dependencies, which otherwise in Circle CI are known as orgs, which allows us to do certain things like check our security aspects, our licenses, our validations also from a security perspective. Those are all orgs that run as part of our CI/CD jobs. Another aspect that was also standardized was the release notifications for our CI/CD jobs, etc., for reporting successes and failures, etc. Previously, we had one notification for that, but we've now split it up. We basically fine-grained the reporting on our release pipeline to basically these 3 notifications. One for GitHub release, which is GitHub, which is for our release notes. Another notification for NPM, for any libraries. Another one for our Docker, so our container, our services themselves. And on the left here, you can actually see that here are 3 basically notifications that get done here. And there's some benefits to this, that why we did it, right? It's better visibility from an issue and resolution when there are broken releases and there's something wrong with our pipelines that are running. And it also gives us a direct link to our release artifacts. For example, here we have a link to the release notes. Here we have a link to the NPM package, and here we have a link to the Docker image, etc. And we also have a link over here to the CI job where that occurred. So if there was any issue or error, we can go directly to it. Why is this information useful? Well, it allows contributors to track their contributions. So once a PR is merged, they will get this feedback in the announcements channel. So just a reminder here. So this is an announcements channel within the Mojaloop Slack org. And as well as it's pretty useful for anybody who's interested in tracking these changes that are made to Mojaloop services. I would say most people are more likely going to be more interested in the release notes that are happening here. The Docker NPM libraries, once again, anyone can use these if they require. I would still recommend using the Helm releases and using those packaged versions when you deploy or upgrade Mojaloop, since those are the things that we test and verify at the end of the day, and make sure they all work and congeal together right. The next slide is about, we've done a lot of work to improve the QA, and we've specifically done this for functional tests. And we've done this by introducing what we call the ML Core test harness. And here's the repo you can go to. And what this is a reusable lightweight test harness that we've pretty much utilized in our automated CI pipelines, and as well as it can be useful for local development as well. The most important things about it is it's based on the Mojaloop testing toolkit, and it allows the existing test case collections that we have golden path, etc., to be executed on the CI and local dev pipelines. So in other words, the same tests that run when you run on a Helm deployment, aka when you run the Helm test command, you can use that as part of our CI/CD pipelines or local development, etc. And we also have the opportunity to use a subset of those if required. So we don't have to run everything. In some cases, it doesn't make sense to run everything. So we can choose piecemeal aspects of those particular test case collections and run those as required. Another aspect of this test harness, it provides quite a lot of flexibility with how we cater for many use cases. And we use what we call profiles. And this is actually an intrinsic component that Docker Compose offers, right? On the right here, you can see we have a bunch of profiles here. And we basically, it allows us to choose what we want to start up and what dependencies we want, etc., when we need to run things. So for example, we can start the all services profile, and that will start up all the backend components, dependencies, etc. At the moment, we only cater for the discovery, the agreement, and the transfer phases of Mojaloop. For example, we don't necessarily have bulk, etc. But that's something that I'm hoping that the community will add or contribute, enhance on that, etc. But at the end of the day, the idea is one can choose what to start up, where to start it up. And that means, once again, this is now going back to the lightweight aspect of this harness for CI pipelines and local developments. You only start what you need to be able to test this. And one of the other aspects worth mentioning, one of the key other reasons that we introduced this was in every one of our repos, we had something like this. We had a Docker Compose file, and we had some scripts, etc., to be able to start these things up and test them for integration tests, functional tests. And it was actually a huge headache to try to keep these things maintained, up to date, etc. So the idea now is we have now a central place where this is now managed and maintained. And it means now that we can leverage these on all our core services, and we can bring that into our CI pipelines. So in summary, that's the core benefit that we're going to get you. Also worth mentioning, you can use any kind of combination of the profiles. So for example, here we can start up multiple profiles, email API adapter, central ledger, etc. A bit later on, you will see a demo from VJ. He will take you through how this looks and where this has actually been implemented in the central ledger CI pipeline. The next Helm release and maintenance. So this is now segueing to the other slide that I talked about, the LTS upgrades. So with this version 14 release, we've upgraded all the LTS components, including our bug fixes, latest releases. I'm not going to go into too much detail about those, since we have a very detailed release notes, which I'll show you a little bit later. But this is in essence what's being included, right? And the second point here, which actually this may impact switch implementers. So anyone who's running a Mojaloop switch itself, we've updated deprecated backend dependencies. So what's happened is Bitnami has introduced a new policy retention, which means that they only keep Helm chart versions up to 6 months. So we needed to basically upgrade those versions, and those versions are now breaking, which may cause an issue. And as such, upgrades will not be as straightforward as we would like. So just be aware of that. And this once again goes to the point that I previously raised in previous PIs, and we'll also see this as a roadmap item, is about the need to make sure that we're removing the backend dependencies directly from the Helm charts. So I think it's a reiteration of that. Third point here, we've deprecated the finance portal versions 1, versions 2, etc. And that is because a version 3 was introduced along with the work that was done for the business ops framework. So all those aspects of the RBAC, the security, etc., and the microservice frameworks that were introduced as part of the business ops framework, they were rolled up into a new version of the finance portal. And as such, that is basically deprecated these versions. Be aware that in the Mojaloop Helm chart, which included the V2 version of the finance portal, that's been now removed. There is a separate Helm chart that we now need to use to be able to deploy this version 3. In the release notes, I have more information about that and where you can find that, etc. Next is about core clearing. There's been a change to how we do the liquidity check or the calculations. And this impacts the deferred settlement models pretty much, right? So liquidity cover is now based on available funds in the settlement account. So be aware this is going to maybe impact the switch implementers themselves. This means that you need to make sure that you do funds in to make sure there are available funds in the settlement account to be able to actually do transfers, etc. The net debit cap is now a true limit. Previously, in a deferred settlement model, the net debit cap was the only check for this. And what does this mean? It means the liquidity check is against the lower of the two. It's either going to be the available funds or it's going to be the net debit cap limit. And the reason for this is it's pretty much aligned to the upcoming versions of the V3 of settlements and settlement models. And this is something Michael Richards has been working on, etc. And two, it reduces liquidity risk and it simplifies the settlement process. So I think this is quite an important thing. So we've seen in the real world implementers of Mojaloop, where they're implementing settlement processes, ends up being quite complicated because they add a lot of compensating actions that are needed by implementers to be able to make sure that they reduce the liquidity risk as a result of this. So we believe this is an elegant solution to do that as a result of that. The next, so there's been quite a major update to the SDK scheme adapter. Previously, Modusbox had forked the scheme adapter to which we called the Mojaloop connector, which was a component or a key component as part of the payment manager for Mojaloop product. That is in the works, hopefully to be contributed to the Mojaloop Foundation. And as such, there were a lot of new functionality and benefits that were added to that version of the SDK scheme adapter. And there was effort to basically make sure that we merge that back into the scheme adapter itself and make sure that the PM4ML is using the SDK scheme adapter within the Mojaloop org instead of the forked version. And pretty much what did this introduce? Well, we added additional testing hooks for better QA capabilities. We've improved the security mechanisms introduced by the PM4ML for certificate management. There's also been improved alignment to the FSP IP specification, and this is specifically for the outbound API of the SDK scheme adapter. So this is the SDK, so for example, a core banking system would interact with the SDK scheme adapter, send out a request or receive a callback, etc. There were some items such as statuses and extension lists, etc. that were missing, they've been added in, as well as the support for real-time monitoring via Prometheus for operational monitoring purposes that were also introduced. And I think this is hopefully the last, well, more or less the last slide, with regard to third-party APIs. And so be aware this is going to impact FSP and switch implementers that are using third-party features. There has been an upgrade of the third-party components to adopt the latest V1 API specification. So previously, it was V1 0.1, I believe, and there were some substantial changes to that API specification. And as a result, we've refactored the API code, the components which accommodate the changes, as well as updating the test TTK, the testing toolkit test collections to match those V1.0 API changes. Down below, we have a notable bug fix, or no, like I'm only going to list one, which I think is pretty much the most important one that is going to impact most switch implementers or people run switches, is, and this was actually picked up by OnePay, and this is pretty much about timeouts. We picked up a bug when a transfer was sitting in an aborted error state, which is an internal state within the switch implementation itself. For some reason, well, not for some reason, we know why. We can read more information about why that occurred here, but basically that would basically kick off timeout events internally within the switch itself, and we would constantly see those events being produced ad hocly as a result of this particular bug. So that's been cleaned up, and hopefully that means your timeouts are going to look a lot better. Sorry about my voice, I'm just recovering from a bit of flu. So just to wrap everything up here, so we have Mojaloop 14. Once again, you can go to the Mojaloop Helm releases page or link over here. Here you can see all the release notes, all the versions we have. Here is a direct link to the version 14.00 release candidate. Here's a bit.ly link as well. And once again, I really suggest you go and have a look at these release notes in detail. We include all the new features over here. You can see the bug fixes. We include more detail on any breaking changes and anything you need to be aware of and how to potentially circumvent them, as well as information on how you can test it, etc. I think that's it for me. I think I'm going to hand over to VJ.
Thanks, Miguel. Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen. Hello, everyone. This is Vijay Kumar, working for Modusbox as solution architect, and I'm a Mojaloop contributor. So I'm going to speak about the updates of testing toolkit. So in PIIT, the first and foremost update is Node upgrading Node to version 16, LTS version. We upgraded many components in testing toolkit like backend, frontend, shade library, and client library. As part of that, as Miguel mentioned, we fixed the package.json, circle CI, config files, and some dependency checks. And coming to new features, we added the prefix path and hostname options for an API provision in the testing toolkit. For example, if we have two APIs with the same resource name, then TTK will not be able to pick one API based on the inbound request. So that's why we need to provide more information, like we can configure a prefix for one of those APIs. And based on the inbound request and matching that prefix path, TTK can pick that API. Same case with hostname. We can configure a hostname. And can you see my screen?
No, we don't.
We could, but it just went away.
Yeah.
It's back.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah,
Yes,
I can
it's
see it
back.
now. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so we added the hostname and prefix path, and then we changed the port from 5000 to 4040. TTK was using 5000 port for the API, for listening to the API requests. The problem is Apple adopted that port, 5000 port, for AirPlay receiver in the recent versions of macOS. That's why we changed the port to 4040 to support the developers, so that they won't face any problem when they are deploying TTK in their local machines. And we created a new repository to maintain testing toolkit client libraries and tools. Currently, we have command line client. So we migrated that command line client from TTK backend service to the client repository. So by using this lightweight repository, we also implemented the functional testing in the CI/CD of core services using testing toolkit. I will go through a job in the central ledger circle CI pipeline. And then, as always, we supported teams who are interested in testing toolkit. So, client library. Yeah, we created this new repository. So this repository publishes an NPM package and a Docker image. So by importing these NPM package or Docker image, we can trigger the TTK test cases inside the CI/CD of any Mojaloop component. And using the TTK CLI tool, And also the new test harness created, as Miguel mentioned, we can spin up the dependent services using this test harness. For example, let's say central ledger. If we want to execute a P2P transfer inside the central ledger CI/CD. So we need to start the ML API adapter quoting service, Kafka, and many dependencies. So we can start the dependencies, what dependencies we want using this test harness, and trigger the functional test using testing toolkit client. So you can see this is the new job added, functional tests, and we added a P2P transfer, for example, and you can see the there are 27 assertions possible.
And just to further add on to that, you can see here that it only took 3 minutes and 42 seconds to run, which is exactly what we're making sure. We're trying to make sure this is lightweight, runs on pretty much any kind of small commodity hardware, etc., without much overhead for these purposes. So quick and fast is what we need here, and consistency.
Thanks, Miguel. So this is the Circle CI interface, and let's see this commit. This is test functional test job, and here we it is downloading the test harness, and after downloading, we just need to execute a command. You can see the report here. Let's scroll to the top. Okay, so this is the command we are executing. That's it. We are not doing anything else. So this command spins up all the necessary dependent services and trigger the TTK test. So yeah, this is about functional testing. Okay, so next I want to show a short demo on the new feature in the testing toolkit. So these are the APIs provisioned in the testing toolkit. This is the testing toolkit user interface, by the way. So for example, there is FSPOP API and SDK outbound scheme adapter API. So these two APIs contain a resource name called get parties. So if we send get parties to the testing toolkit, it always picks up FSPOP if we don't provide any other any additional information. So in that case, we can configure the prefix for this API. Like if we send /SDK out /parties, then it will pick up this one. Otherwise, it picks up the FSPOP API. So I'm going to set this in monitoring mode and send a call command, HTTP request. So you can see I'm sending this request to localhost 4040, which is testing toolkit /parties MSA SDN and the number. And this is the inbound request to the testing toolkit. Here, API matched FSPOP. And it responded with 202. Now let me add the prefix here. SDK out to the same request. And we get another request. So now API matched is outbound scheme adapter. And you can see the synchronous response here because the outbound SDK scheme adapter API is synchronous API. So in the same way, we can configure the host name. In some services, maybe we can't add a prefix unless we modify the code. In that scenario, we can configure the host names And using the host names, we can tell testing toolkit to pick up the corresponding API. So yeah, that is it for the demo and the testing toolkit. Any questions? Over to you, Stan. Thank you.
Okay. Miguel, can you walk through us through some of the roadmap items, and then I will close off.
Sure. Just going over the roadmap items for PI 19. So the first is about supporting patch notifications on failures, and this is now potentially introducing a new version of the transfers for the FSP IOP API, so version 1.2. So at the moment we have version 1.1, and we support patch notifications, but this is not just the success case that we have implemented at the moment. And this now caters for failure scenarios, and it also allows for pay FSPs to be able to respond with a transfer state of committed. In other words, they do not want to receive a patch notification, but now with this, it opens up the opportunity for them to receive a patch notification, even if they respond with a transfer state of committed on a failure, so that at least they are being made aware of it. So that's quite an important thing, I think. And that's hopefully will be done for this PI. The next item is about updating the existing Helm charts to support LTS Kubernetes versions. So as you saw, there's been a huge drive to be able to support LTS versions with regard to Node.js, with regard to Ubuntu, etc. And similarly, we're falling behind on the Helm side of things to be able to support the latest versions of Kubernetes that do provide support, etc. You will hear a lot more about this, or at least a similar theme, in later discussions on the infrastructure side when Tom Daly and David Fry speak. But basically, the idea is we need to be able to resolve this, and there's a couple of ways that we're going to do this, and I'm going to propose this. One is to actually, once again, remove the external dependencies from the Helm charts. Once again, those dependencies are introducing breaking changes to support these new versions of LTS, and we are not able to upgrade to them since we are not supporting those versions as of yet. So we need to make sure that we separate those dependencies so it doesn't impact our Mojaloop releases going forward. The other main key thing that we need to do is update our ingress configurations in our Helm charts. Since that API in Kubernetes has changed, we need to follow suit and make sure we support that going forward. The third item here is about the bulk implementation SDK scheme adapter and related components. So this is very much about what Paul Baker discussed yesterday in the last session. This is basically implementing additional features into the scheme adapter to support additional modes in terms of how that's done, as well as introducing better tests, more wider tests in terms of what's already supported from a bulk implementation perspective. The fourth item here, so this is about our tracing components to use the latest OSS standards. So as part of the work that we've done to upgrade our components to the latest version of Node, as well as upgrading the dependencies in the event stream processor, we've picked up that there are actually two APIs or dependent libraries that we use that have been deprecated, and there's new versions that we need to upgrade to. In doing so, there'll be quite a lot of refactoring that will need to happen as a result of that. And as such, as part of this, I would like to see better adoption of better OSS standards as regard to tracing in terms of open instrumentation, etc. Libraries and standards that have been released since we've done these implementations of the event tracing components. And I think this also gives us an opportunity for 0.5 to have better cohesion and work together or work closer together with the vNext implementation in terms of how that's done, and not just in the tracing, but other aspects as well. So I think there is a great opportunity here to have some collaboration and also build on what the vNext guys have done, and also make sure that the tracing components that we have is also moved to the next level in terms of, or evolved to the next level in terms of how we're going to see things in the future going forward. Sam?
Thanks, Mika. Yeah. So recently, I was very excited to hear from the TITSAWorks or the WinePay team that they'd like to start contributing to Mojaloop open source. So we only hope that we have many more teams like that, many more implementations of Mojaloop. So this is an ongoing item for us to ensure that we support new contributors to Mojaloop, especially on the core and things that are generic, so that the community and other adopters can benefit from that. We also dedicate some capacity every sprint, like a quarter of our capacity to ensure high priority issues, critical items that are very important to the success of our implementers are catered for. So there is a bug life cycle that that we talked about in our previous community events. It's there on GitHub. So we have a triage process, and then we identify the severity and take inputs regarding the priority, and then go ahead with the fixes. So some of the fixes we talked about like that in the V14 release. Similarly, we prioritize issues which we need to include in the next Mojaloop release. In addition to that, we also make sure that we absorb the dedicated feature teams that are working on Mojaloop, whatever they're delivering, to ensure that they are in line with Mojaloop standards. And if they are to go into a Mojaloop release, then they have tests, maintaining the tests, running the tests, deploying their services, those kind of things. So that way we want to support the community as well. In addition, any support on Slack that we can offer regarding clarifying how the core services work or how to deploy in collaboration with our infra teams as well. Tom and David try to support the community there. So we'd like to continue that. These are our roadmap items. Some of the things are obviously higher priority. For example, the first one, the patch notification on failures, which is coming with version 1.2 of the SP interoperability API is high priority for our existing implementers, WinePay. But based on priority and bandwidth, we'd like to take up these items. Hopefully, during tomorrow's roadmap planning sessions, the top 3 items here, the top 2 and some of the others will be prioritized. That was it for us. Thank you, Miguel and Vijay, for everyone for following this. There are some interesting discussions and questions regarding the functional tests. We hope we are able to answer that. And also regarding the business operations framework. Paul Baker, if you're on, I don't know if you want to offer any more regarding how the business operations framework and a finance portal are related. I think we have about 2-3 minutes. Simeon, correct me if I'm wrong, but if not, thanks everyone.
I can allow this one question or comment. We've just got 2 minutes to the end of the session, if there's any.
Okay, Paul, any comment?
On the business ops framework?
Yeah, so Paul Makin's earlier question was how are the finance portal and the business operations framework related? I provided some clarification, but if there's anything you would like to add, please go ahead.
Yes. So in the at the end of the BizOps framework project, we wanted to include some of the financial portal functionality, and what we found was there was an incompatibility between the 2 different RBACs and the methods, and trying to get both of them to work at the same time. So instead, what we did is we transferred that functionality into micro front ends so that they fit inside the BizOps framework, and that's where our maintenance has been. So once we moved over from the financial portal version 2 into the BizOps framework, all our changes in maintenance and ongoing support has been in the BizOps framework micro front ends. So the way to think about it is the financial portal now exists inside the micro front ends that are presented in the BizOps framework. But the framework is a framework, and there's no limit there. It can be customized, extended, added to, and is there really to drive a community use of it and contributions.
Thanks, Paul. Simeon.
Thanks, Sam. Miguel, Vijay, Paul, appreciate your session. Again, I see some chatter in there, like I can see Sam and others also making comments in the chat. So the discussion there or on Slack as well. I want to ask Mr. Michael Richards, are you there?
I am.
Excellent. Are you ready for your presentation?
Well, that's probably a slight exaggeration, but I will do my best. I also want to call on Nee, who will be joining me, I hope, to talk about some parts of the cross-network stuff that we're looking at the moment.
Awesome. So just before
there you are.
Yes, there is me. Just before you kick in, a quick reminder to everybody, we have a poll for you to reach each session. It should be up on your screen. I see 30 people have voted. I need a few, maybe 20 more folks to give us your feedback on this poll. That would greatly help in planning future convenings. So I will at this point pass it back to Mr. Michael Richards for the cross-network update.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Simon. You seeing my screen?
Yes, I can.
Great. Okay, so off we go then. Our objective with cross-network, I think, is to provide a standard operating model which will enable us to support transfers between customers in a Mojaloop scheme and customers in another Mojaloop scheme, customers of a DFSP whose DFSP belongs to a non-Mojaloop scheme, and direct customers of a non-Mojaloop scheme. So that, in the end, is what we're trying to do. There's a great deal of interest, and far more than there was when we first started thinking of this, in supporting connections between customers in various kinds of networks. So we will be talking about some of the practical work we're doing, as well as some of the theoretical work. So, start with history. As those of you who've been on the project for a while will recall, we did a fair amount of design modeling a while ago, and we started really from the following position. We wanted to try to model connections to other Mojaloop schemes and connections to non-Mojaloop schemes as varieties of the same thing, first of all, and as being composed of peer-to-peer operations which didn't rest on prior assumptions about the structure of the ecosystem. Effectively, we wanted the systems themselves to be able to find out what was going on without having to have advanced knowledge. Okay, so that was all jolly good stuff, and we moved quickly to the concept of a cross-network provider, which I'll talk about a little bit of detail because it's quite an important one in this whole business. So a cross-network provider is essentially an instance of the adapter pattern, which is a gang of four pattern essentially used when you need to integrate an incompatible module, like a non-Mojaloop system, with an existing module, like a Mojaloop system, without making any source code modifications. So a cross-network provider looks to the Mojaloop network like an ordinary Mojaloop participant. So the Mojaloop network doesn't need to moderate its behavior in any way in order to deal with the, I'm not going to say alien, but you know what I mean. And it looks to the external network like a participant in its network. And essentially it comes in two varieties, one of which I'm calling a bridgehead, and the other a negotiator. So I'll talk in a little bit more detail about the difference between those two kinds of things, because as you recall, we said initially that we wanted to be able to treat Mojaloop and non-Mojaloop networks as varieties of the same thing, but well, I have certainly come around to the idea that they are essentially different things from each other, and excuse me, I want to talk about them in different ways. So first of all, bridgehead cross-network providers. So examples of these are payment systems like TerraPay or Western Union or MoneyWise, and blockchain systems like 4Pay. You may recall that 4Pay operate a stablecoin-based system and have expressed interest in joining Mojaloop systems. So bridgehead DFSPs really are DFSPs. They represent individual customers directly. And this may be obscured because the customers don't necessarily have accounts with them in the traditional sense. It's perfectly possible for the customer simply to transfer funds into a temporary account which lasts for the life of the transfer. And that's the model, for instance, that money transfer systems generally use. You don't have to open an account with them. All you have to do is to say, here is the money, here is where I want to send it. And obviously, a bridgehead DFSP needs to provide liquidity cover for the transfers into the scheme that it executes. But it might not matter to them because, generally speaking, again, if you think of the model of schemes like TerraPay or Western Union, they've already received and cleared the funds from their customers. So they've actually got hold of the money before they transfer it. And the scheme, the Mojaloop scheme in which they operate, can treat them exactly like any other DFSP. There aren't any modifications which are required to the scheme's operation to accommodate them, apart obviously from the DFSP, the bridgehead DFSP, needing to meet the rules of the scheme like any other participant. And non-repudiability guarantees the certification that means that receivers of a message can be confident that it really was sent by the person it's purported to be sent from. In this situation, they are made by the bridgehead DFSP. So if you imagine a TerraPay DFSP sending a transfer to someone in a Mojaloop network, the receiving DFSP will get a non-repudiation message which was signed by the bridgehead DFSP, not by the originating institution, wherever that was, if there was an originating institution. So that's really bridgehead cross-network providers. On the other hand, inter-scheme negotiators really aren't DFSPs. They connect DFSPs in different schemes to each other. In fact, they rely on a previously agreed relation of trust between the two interoperable real-time payment schemes they connect. They couldn't work if that were not the case. And it's the relation of trust, the agreement between the schemes, that actually does, I think, the heavy lifting in the connection between schemes. In particular, it should, for instance, include an agreement to avoid double jeopardy on liquidity cover. And what I mean by double jeopardy is, in a situation where we look at someone like MoneyWise or TerraPay, the customer deposits their money, that money is cleared, and it then provides liquidity cover with funds that it already has. If you imagine a DFSP going through a cross-network provider, then the DFSP has to provide liquidity cover in its original scheme, and then the cross-network provider has to provide liquidity cover again in the target scheme. Now, that's obviously a problem for the business model of cross-network providers, if nothing else. So we would expect that a relation of trust would find some way of getting around that. And if we get that far in the presentation, I'll be talking a bit about how that might work. Also, it should allow inter-scheme settlement to proceed without requiring the inter-scheme negotiator to participate. A relationship between schemes that works well, I think, would not require the double transfer of funds that we've talked about earlier in our models for cross-network providers, effectively where settlement happens in the source scheme and the cross-network provider in the source scheme gets credited with the funds for settlement. Then it happens again in the target scheme where the cross-network provider needs to provide funds to the eventual recipient, the beneficiary of the funds. So that is potentially a problem that, again, we would like to avoid in order really to bring the cost of implementing connections between schemes down. Both of these things mean that the interaction between schemes is more expensive than we would really like it to be, because effectively we're asking the cross-network provider to act as a real participant, which we would rather not do. We also want non-repudiability guarantees to be made by the originating DFSP, not the inter-scheme negotiator. So what we really want is for the inter-scheme negotiator to be a pass-through, where when someone receives a message from DFSP in another scheme, it actually can verify that that really did come from that DFSP and not, as I say, from the cross-network provider. And we need the schemes to implement a general way of working which supports the connectivity between the schemes. And the changes, as far as possible, to allow schemes to interconnect should happen in the schemes, not the connector. So that essentially is the difference between the two kinds of cross-network provider that we're going to talk about. Now, I just again want to show you how we started. So we started with a model that was aggressively peer-to-peer. So you can see in this model that there are, for instance, two cross-network providers providing connections between scheme A and scheme B. It also didn't make a distinction between bridgehead cross-network providers and inter-scheme connectors. So everything was effectively a bridgehead cross-network provider. It allowed multiple cross-network providers, as I've said, to connect the same pair of schemes, and then we had an idea that there would be competition between them. And it assumed that the routing between schemes would start from a blank sheet. So effectively, something would, a mechanism would be in place to enable participants and their switches to work out the route between schemes. So here's a brief example, and you will easily see that this gets complicated very quickly. So I'm just going to click through this very quickly and just show the process of what happens. So those things are relatively simple, and that enables us to find Bhavesh, or at least Bhavesh's DFSP, in a relatively short space, 4 steps in this case. But we need to send back to the cross-network provider. Oh, and there's currency conversion as well. So the FXP needs to be involved. Now it comes back. And all that happens on the way back is that the participants on that route are adding themselves to the route. So we're building up for each transfer a route that it will follow to go back and forth. It's analogous in many ways to the interledger protocol way of operating, and that's not coincidental, I think, given the history of the ILP's involvement with Mojaloop. But in this case, as I say, it makes things pretty complicated. So all of those steps get us one route. There might be, well, we have 2 more cross-network providers to try. One of them, CMP1, won't give us anything, but cross-network provider 3 will essentially give us the same answer as the cross-network provider 2, except that it will have cross-network provider 3 as the forwarding router instead of cross-network provider 2. So, how much of this functionality that you've just seen is useful or appropriate for a bridgehead cross-network provider? My feeling is not very much. So we're going to leave them out of account for the rest of this presentation. Actually, that's not true. Because for bridgehead cross-network provision, we need to apply to Payment Manager, which allows a DFSP of any kind to appear in a Mojaloop network as a participant in good standing, which is what the third party wants. Now, there are a couple of additional issues that we need to think about here. First of all, the question of KYC information. Now, in order for this to work, Mojaloop participants will need to be able to respond to requests for KYC information from non-Mojaloop entities, because it's generally the case that cross-network communications are cross-jurisdiction communications, and although inside a single jurisdiction Mojaloop network, typically everybody is meeting the same KYC requirements. In cases of cross-network provision, they may be very different because the two DFSPs will be in different jurisdictions which may have different rules. So we have an extension to that, to the party object, which is what describes a participant, which is agreed by the Change Control Board and is awaiting incorporation into the main Mojaloop API. This was something which Mojaloop asked us for, and they asked us precisely for the reason that they had to manage situations where they were doing transfers between participants in different jurisdictions. So it is essentially allows participants to include KYC information about a party in a scheme agreed format. We talked about whether we should provide a general data item which could be filled with content according to particular schemes, or whether we should have more detail. Eventually we went for the general structure. But we will need to look at extending it, because, as I've said before, it won't necessarily be the case. Well, in fact, it's unlikely for it to be the case that when a participant in a Mojaloop network receives a request from outside that network, it will already understand what the KYC requirements from outside the network are. So we will need some kind of mechanism to allow the non-scheme party to request KYC items in an agreed format. And we will also need, I think, to provide guidance to participants on how to respond to such requests. So our candidate protocol for this is OIDC's Advanced Syntax for Claims. Now, this allows a sender to define the data items that they require, and also for the sender to specify the action to be taken if the participant, if the beneficiary institution can't make those items available because, for instance, it doesn't hold the information that is required. Data item definition, however, is an open issue, something we will need to think about. So that's the question of KYC information. I think that is, at the moment, relatively well solved, and we will be able, I think, to implement that without too much strain and stress. Next question I want to think about is duplicate identifiers. Now, we know we've got issues already with duplicate identifiers, in particular with phone numbers and bank accounts in Tanzania, but also with phone numbers in Myanmar. And the problem in Myanmar, for instance, is that there are, well, in fact, most, I think, if not all, of the mobile money systems in Myanmar are not operated by mobile network operators. They're not operated by the phone companies, they're operated by third parties. And therefore, it's perfectly possible for a subscriber to belong to more than one of them. But for both of those mobile money systems, they will be identified by their phone number, by their MSTM. So this is a problem that we have now. At present, we're working around it by asking the payer DFSP to use its application to ask the customer which payee DFSP is intended. And that kind of works because the applications already segment their requests in that way. They know which people they will be sending to, and therefore they can include them effectively. What happens typically in the mobile money applications at the moment is that first of all you will select which institution you want to send to, and only after that will you say which phone number you want to send to. So that works at the moment. Not in a remittance context though, because the sending institution in a remittance context will have no idea which are the possible alternatives for institutions which might serve a particular phone number. So unless we implement a complicated system to tell them that, and each of the participating institutions changes its user interface so as to support that, we won't be able to do this. It won't be supportable in a cross-network context. So we have a proposed solution for this, which is currently being discussed with the Change Control Board. Essentially, it's to allow the DFSPs to specify which to specify when they do a registration via the participants endpoint, to specify that they are the people who should be the default recipient for funds being transmitted to that phone number. Now, we've always drawn back from that in the past, largely because we don't want to get involved with UIs and things like that. But this provides a way for us not to get involved with the UIs while still getting while still receiving information from the customer to say that's them. Now, we can extend that using the authorizations API to ask the DFSP, if we choose to use this, to send back a one-time PIN, which we will send to the customer, which we, the scheme, will send to the customer to say, please confirm that you really do want this institution to receive the funds. So we're still working our way through on that with our chums at ThitsaWorks, and hopefully by the time we meet in Zanzibar, we will be able to show you a fabulously working version of it. So that's what those are the two issues that we think we need to solve. The next thing I'm going to do is to hand over to Ni, who's been patiently waiting in the background, to talk about a proof of concept for cross-border remittances, which we are currently working on. So, Ni.
Thank you so much, Michael. This is something that we wanted to share with the community, but we have not made any public announcement yet. But I think some of you already know that a consortium of the different teams, including ThitsaWorks, Mojaloop Foundation, Motorsparks, Visa, and Lucy and Rapid, based in Singapore, right, have been awarded a support from the Monetary Authority of Singapore to implement a proof of concept. It's a very early initial, stages of the initiation stage, but we are very much excited that we would be able to look at the design principles that Mike has shared and see how it could be implemented in a real life situation. There are also the local institutions that we would like to work with to see if the end-to-end the transfer of the funds, right, can take place, right? So in addition to what we have on the slide, there are two corridors that this proof of concept will look at. One corridor is from Singapore to Myanmar, and another corridor being Singapore to Philippines. But we will focus first on Singapore to Myanmar corridor, but very closely following up on the Singapore to Philippines corridor as well. And this work is going to be based on the work that was done by Motorsparks and Visa in the Visa Accelerator, the proof of concept. So we are not starting from scratch, but building on top of the other work that is done, right? So we are excited, about that. So what we in the next slides, where you will see the diagram of the end-to-end the flow that we are envisioning, but we will be using the Visa Direct as the mechanism for sending the funds right across the network. The way it will function is that there will be a wallet or a mobile app in Singapore targeted towards the migrant workers in Singapore who will be remitting funds back to, in this case, Myanmar, but also in the second leg of the proof of concept to Philippines, and that in that mechanism, the Visa Direct will then query the Oracle, right, managed by Mojaloop, and they will also leverage the existing Visa mechanisms and Visa functionality, right, to do quite a lot of functionality, including the foreign exchange and also the Visa lookup, right, services on inside the Visa. And there's also a existing settlement, the processes between the participating institution who is already a participant in the Visa that scheme, right? So that we are looking at the existing mechanisms that can be plugged into this POC. Perhaps we can go into next slide. Right, so there's a theoretical aspect of how the cross network the remittance will function, but they're also the reality, right? As soon as we started talking about implementing the POC, even in the proof of concept, right? There's no commercial, version yet, right? But even in the proof of concept, there are a lot of things that we need to put in place that are beyond the scope of a technology. The discussions, right, that we need to look at, the regulatory concerns. We need to look at the commercial agreements that needs to be in place, and also we need the support from all the players involved to make sure that all of these things can function. Is right? Okay. Michael, may I?
Yeah, I think we need to.
Right?
Yeah, we'll slip over this.
Yeah, right. So basically, right, there are a lot of things that we want to see how we could have an ideal situation, but all the members of the consortium also agreed that there will be also compromises that we need to make sure that within this a short window of the POC that we are able to actually implement something. So what you're seeing here is probably you have seen this before in the previous POC. We are leveraging the work that was done previously using the same high-level transition flow, but right now we want to then make sure that considering the challenges and the unique situations that we have in Myanmar, right, to find out how we can also apply some of the constraints that we have in the real life, right, into this POC. And Michael has mentioned about the need for the multiple aliases, and there are also other commercial related the discussions that we need to consider in our design in this. So the way that I think if we can just tap over and see in all the other flow, we may not go through all the different steps, but the way that it will work in a high level is that there will be a mobile app that the migrant workers in Singapore will download and use, and that app is connected to the Visa Direct network, and through that it will then connect to the Mojaloop, and from the Mojaloop, the participating the institution who is a part of the Mojaloop the scheme will then receive the defense, and then from through that they will be sent into beneficiary wallet who may also be a part of the Mojaloop participating network. Right? The settlement process, as I mentioned, right, will happen between there are basically two settlement processes here. One between the Visa and the participating the institution settling using the Visa settlement network, and another one using Mojaloop settlement window, right, to send the funds from the receiving the remittance receiver in country to the beneficiary wallet, right? So for that, we will be leveraging existing the settlement processes and mechanisms that is already in place, that are being tested right now through the friendly user testing phase for WinePay. So we'll be leveraging the pieces that are already there to make sure that this flow that you are seeing, right, can be implemented. But by doing that, we can validate, right, some of the designs to see whether they can be scalable, they are secure, that they can be applicable in the commercial setting, and there could also be things that we may need to adjust and depending on the local context, customized for a local implementation. But as much as possible, everyone, right, who is involved in this thinking has the idea that we want this solution to be scalable and also applicable in different local contexts as well, not just for Myanmar or Philippines. So there is a balance that we are trying to strike with this. Next slide, please. Michael, do you want to take this slide, please?
Yes, of course. So this is just a schematic of what happens in the transformation gateway. So on the left-hand side, we have the Visa Direct environment, and on the left-hand side, the cross-network provider, the transformation gateway, has a Visa Direct API. So Visa Direct can talk to it, it can receive messages coming through in Visa format. It converts those messages into a Mojaloop format. It signs the message and encrypts the message. So all of the security work that's necessary in order for a Mojaloop message to be accepted by its beneficiary is done there. Then it's sent out via the Mojaloop API to the Mojaloop environment, and it's routed by the switch to wherever it should be received. There is also, of course, some storage of information, because you may recall from the previous slide that some steps took place inside the transformation gateway. In particular, we get the information back that the payment can be routed, and then we send out the agreement for terms directly so that we can get any fee information coming back, and we can then send back a single message to the Visa Direct gateway saying, yes, you can route this payment, and here, for instance, are the fees that will be associated with it. So there is some internal processing as well. But on the way back, the message is decrypted, it's checked for non-repudiation, it's converted then into Visa Direct format and sent back out to the Visa environment, where it looks as if a Visa Direct enabled institution has sent it. So that's that, and I will just talk, well, I'll hand back to me in this case to talk about the topology of the actual proof of concept that we're working on.
Right. So basically, right, you can show all the components on this, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Right. So basically, right, what we are seeing here on this slide is the implementation with the names of the organizations who are involved in this, using the principles that Michael has mentioned in the previous slides. Right? So these organizations, some of them are actually a part of the consortium, and some of them are the organizations that we want to invite, but have not been formally part of this project yet, right? So I just want to make sure that when we are seeing all the names, right, we are working with all of them, but wanted to make sure that this is a proof of concept and not a commercial the project yet. But as Steve mentioned in the chat, right, what is good about this POC is that a lot of all the members who are a part of this consortium has this interest that we would like this to become a commercial initiative as soon as possible, right? So the exciting thing is that we will be able to apply the technology and the work that is done by this community in a commercial sector working for the benefit of the people who need it most. In this case, Lucy is the mobile app that is that has been launched and used by the migrant workers in Singapore. And many of those migrant workers, as you know, remit money back to their home countries. And the target audience for this POC are the Myanmar migrant workers and Filipino migrant workers who are using different ways of sending money back, especially for the migrant workers from Myanmar. There are very limited options for remittance, and also they are very expensive, and also most of the time informal and protected. So by having this, right, there's not just a chance for us to improve the technology aspect of the Mojaloop, but also a commercial initiative that can impact the real people. So Lucy is the app that is used in Singapore, connected to Visa Direct, who will handle the routing of the messages across a border, and also will handle the currency conversion, and also the settlement with CB Bank, another partner that we are inviting to be a part of this initiative as the local remittance service provider. And by having by receiving CB Bank being a part of the MMD project, or Myanmar Microfinance Digitization Project, as one of our core partners and a member of a scheme council, right? We are leveraging the already existing integrations with their system, right, to Mojaloop in Myanmar, right, to do the domestic transfer from the CB Bank to other local wallets, right? So we are very excited that once this is in place, that the remittance coming in through the CB Bank, through WinePay, through the hub, that can be sent to potentially 10 wallets, right, who have signed letter of commitment to join WinePay. But currently there are already 2 wallets who are part of the friendly user testing, and those are the 2 wallets that we will be inviting as a part of this the POC. Right. With that, we are looking at the corridor one way from Singapore to Myanmar, and using the lessons learned from this, we'll quickly apply to Singapore to Philippines corridor as well. Right. So as I mentioned, we have not publicly announced this, right, and we are sharing this with the community. And we're very excited about this, and by the next convening, we hope to be able to share with you a more concrete steps on how we have implemented some of these things, and we'll also come back to you if there are lessons learned and the changes that we need to make this work, right? Which is also possible when we will inform you and update you on how this is going. So please stay tuned. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Lee. So we are currently about a third of the way through the slide deck that I prepared. However, I think that we should pause for breath here, since we've got to the end of our time pretty much. The immediate priorities for us now are to design and implement a solution to the KYC question, which I described, do the same thing for the duplicate question, and to build and test the cross-network provider to interface between a Mojaloop network and the Visa Direct network. Design the settlement process between the Visa Direct institutions and the Mojaloop participants, which we anticipate being an interesting question, particularly because, as far as I understand it, Visa Direct doesn't make very many commitments as to when the funds that are being transferred will actually turn up in CB Bank's account. But that's something we recognize is an issue. We're going to be discussing that with all of the participants and hopefully winding up in a workable solution for all parties. Finally, we need to build a working prototype to demonstrate the transfer of funds between the 2 systems. So that's that. Does anyone have any questions in the 2 minutes that remain?
Oh, hey, Michael, quickly on the speed with which funds are presented from Visa inbound to Mojaloop? I think that's a core question. And I'd love to see how that that develops, and whether Visa is saying everything's fine as long as you conform to our timing. Then that could be a challenge. Have you done any? Has there been discussion with Visa on this point?
We've had discussions with Visa, but the key participant here, I think, is going to be CB Bank. So we haven't yet started our discussions with CB Bank. I think it's fair to say, I don't think I'm betraying any secrets when I say that what would be most effective from our point of view is, well, I'll take a step back and say, in order for this to work, we will need to have settlement version 2 in place in order for it to work long term. We can do the POC without, but in the end, we will have to segregate transfers coming through this route from transfers that are happening normally in the Mojaloop scheme for the purpose of settlement. So settlement V2 will be necessary. Now,
that's exactly where I was going, was to say that it's a different form of liquidity, one that is secured by legal agreement, and to the appropriate connection between the Mojaloop scheme, the WinePay scheme, and the Visa Direct scheme, that there's an agreement that money's not going to go missing. But that what we don't want is for them to say, and the reason we have no problem with that is that you're going to delay payout to the customer. That would not be acceptable.
No, indeed.
Okay,
So
I just want to see that you guys are thinking it through. That's great. Yeah,
we are thinking it through. Our favorite solution, may I tell you, would be for settlements of this kind to happen via continuous gross using a pooled account at CB Bank.
Yes.
Now, what the consequence of that would, so the funds will be routed by Visa Direct as credits to that account. But what it does is it postpones the need for the beneficiary institution actually to have access to those funds to the point at which they want to withdraw from the account.
I have to think about that more, but I mean, hold everyone up. I think there's a timing concern there.
There is a timing concern.
Yeah,
there is a timing concern.
What we don't want is for Visa to say it all works fine because we're going to do T+2, and there's ways for you to fudge around that. But that's not really acceptable. You need to get down to where's the money. If it's in the country, then you're good. If it's not, you're not good. And me, I'm sure, can talk to the problem of foreign exchange conversion that's required to be essentially immediate. So we have to figure out how to get the funds into a place in the country where they can serve as a settlement liquidity to cover the immediate clearing for the benefit of the beneficiary, where turnover might happen 4 or 5 times in the next 2 days before the funds are actually converted if you were to use the traditional Visa system. That's the concern I have, is to see how that would actually work going in.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But we've certainly, we've certainly flagged it already as a critical issue, and we recognise, I think, as we said on the slide first, that from a technical perspective, we don't think there are too many problems, especially given the calibre of the people from ThyssenWorks who will be involved. It's going to be more a question of figuring out between the various participants, as you say, where the money is going to be and who is going to guarantee that it's there.
Yeah, it really is a settlement concern, though, fundamentally, because you can't have each one of the new participants joining up and having to hold a referendum on how settlement works. You basically want to say the agreement, sign on the line, join the system. And so you're down to number 30, number 35, not holding everybody up because they won't agree to settlement.
Sure.
That's I think where we're going. Anyway, I can see Simeon squirming, so I guess we should stop talking. At least I should.
Michael, do you want to bring this to a wrap? We're about 3 minutes over time.
Yep. They are.
Awesome.
And I can vote for my presentation again.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michael, for the presentation. Again, please give us your
And
feedback.
indeed, thank you, Nee, for ably talking about the prototype.
Excellent. So there is a poll on your screen. Please take some time to fill that out. We will go for a break shortly, but I do want to kick off our final second last round for Kahoot. This is our trivia question. So please feel free to log in. There's a link in the chat already. or you can use your phone to scan the QR code on your screen there. Fill in your name, and then we shall be good to go. I'm actually just doing it on my phone here. So, Sandy Steve also joining. Please remember to use the same name that you used in the last round yesterday. I'm in, I see, hey, I'm gonna wait maybe a minute and see who else joins. Do consider participating. You can join by either scanning the QR code on your screen, or if you go into the chat, there's a link in there. Just click on it and you should be ready to play. 11 people, 12. The reigning trivia champion, for those who don't know, is actually Sam. So Sam, hopefully you have some competition this time. Right. I think it's there. I don't see Jane. I see Jacques. Jacques, yes, you're in the running for title. Awesome, we've got 20 people on board, 20 out of 60. Tilly's there, there we go. All right, last call. Michael, because it's Sam, that's fine. Excellent, all right, so let's get started with 21 people. Thank you for the tip, Miguel. All right, we're doing, so get ready. We're doing 8 questions. Question 1, which country's capital is Kigali? Ethiopia, Chad, Rwanda, or Angola? Which country's capital is Kigali or Kigali, depending on where you are in the world? 18 answers with 5 seconds to go, 19 with 1 more person waiting. Do remember that, well, the correct answer is actually Rwanda. It is not Ethiopia, definitely not Angola, definitely not Chad. Countries, the capital of Rwanda is Kigali. So Steve, up in the running for the actual title, is up on the top. Great to see Joy Miller and Tilly is on board. Excellent. Let's go to the next question. Remember, the quicker you answer the question, the more points you get. Which country has the highest Mojaloop participation? Which country has the highest Mojaloop participation? The United States, Tanzania, Uganda, South Africa. Which country has the highest Mojaloop participation or engagement? The correct answer is South Africa. That's where the highest concentration of our community actually is. You should know that. Definitely not Tanzania, but close. For those of you guys who guess that. I see Jane excited. So Jane, you might be in the running. Let's see if you're on the board. Desire is the highest climber. I see Zarachi is also climbing up. Sam and Molly Boy are on there. Steve is still up top. Somebody needs to dethrone Steve. Let's go to question 3. Okay. Which of the following countries has pyramids older than Egypt? Ooh. Which of the following countries has pyramids older than Egypt? Sudan, Iraq, Peru, Mexico. Ooh, good question. Which of the following countries has pyramids older than Egypt's? Right, let's see. The correct answer is Sudan. I wonder why many people thought it was Peru or Iraq. The correct answer there is Sudan. Let's see who's on the board, who got that right. Steve, did you just go on vacation to Sudan or did you not get the answer? I think we're still, Mayu climbed up 10 places. I think all these people got the answer wrong. Let's see the next question. Question number 4. Which country is not part of the Ring of Fire? Which country is not part of the Ring of Fire? The Philippines, Guinea, Mexico, Russia. Which country is not part of the Ring of Fire? Miguel has an obsession with Antarctica today. Guinea is not part of the Ring of Fire. Russia, Mexico, and the Philippines are. Excellent, I guess, guesses. Let's use on the board now. Still in fourth place. Steve is still up top. Somebody needs to dethrone Steve. And Zarchi, Malwi, and Mayu, who climbed up 10 places in the last question, is up on the board now. Let's go to the next question. Question number 5. True or false? Easier one. The Atlantic Ocean holds the Mariana Trench. The Atlantic Ocean holds the Mariana Trench. True or false? Please don't listen to Miguel's talk about Antarctica on this one. The Atlantic Ocean holds the Mariana Trench. True or false? False. The Atlantic Ocean does not hold the Mariana Trench. Who's on the board? Hey, Mai has 4 answers correct in a row. Nice. My boy Zarchi. Desire is up on the board now. I'm not on the board. No, I need to be above Desire at least. Let's go to the next question. Let's see if I can redeem myself. What is the national animal of Tanzania? Is it a wildebeest? Is it a leopard? Is it a giraffe? Is it a rhino? That might not be. What is the national animal of Tanzania? Wildebeest, leopard, rhino, giraffe, leopard. What is the national animal? I'm pretty sure the image that was misleading. It actually is a giraffe. Miguel, no, it's not a penguin. It is a giraffe. Let's see who's on the board. Desire, I wonder if you got this correct. She did. Zarachi, Desire, Steve's been dethroned. Johnny Miller is there on the board now, my boy as well. Excellent. I wonder, Desire, I'll catch up to you just now. 3 players got 3 answers in a row, correct? Excellent. Let's go to question number 7, our penultimate question. How many languages are spoken in Africa? 1 to 500, 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 1,500, 1,500 to 2,000. How many languages are spoken in Africa? Ah, 15 answers with 2 seconds to go. How many languages spoken in Africa? 1,500 to 2,000. Don't complicate questions, Steve. No need to go into the definitions of languages there. The correct answer is over 1,500 languages are spoken in Africa. Who's on the board? Okay, Zarchi's up top. Desire is still on the board. Steve is back on the board. Miggs is up, and Miller as well. Ni climbed up 4 places. All right, let's see who gets to win this round in our final question. What is the longest walkable distance on Earth? The longest walkable distance on Earth. 30,000, 14,000 kilometers, 22,000 kilometers, 28,000 kilometers. Apologies to those people who do not use the metric system. 22,000 kilometers. How did they discover that? That's an interesting question. Most people thought it was 30,000 kilometers. Sorry, Miguel. Let's see who the next. Let's see who's on the podium. In 3rd place, Steve. Excellent. Got 5 out of 8 questions. 6 out of 8 questions. Desire. And 1st place, I suspect it's Archie. Yes, it is with 7 out of 8 questions. Congratulations. Steve, I don't know, the runner-up Seals on the board as well. So Desire, I will win the next round just because you won this one. So, but congratulations nonetheless. Excellent. Excellent job, everyone. So we will take a break until a 7-minute break. We'll be back at 12:50 UTC with David Fry and Tom Daly talking about the infrastructure. This should be interesting for most folks. So see you back in 7 minutes. All right, we're just about 15 seconds to the next session. David Fry, Tom Daly, you guys ready? Yes. Awesome. I'll just
Sorry.
add
That was a very quick 10 minutes. Sorry.
it was, that's fine. Excellent. So the next session is infrastructure updates. So I'll pass it back to you guys. David, Tom, take it away.
Hey, thank you. Hey, good morning, afternoon, and evening, everybody. So we just got this in two halves, and I will share my screen. Oh, excuse me. That's better. Can folks see the slideshow?
No, we can see your desktop, Tom.
What about now?
Nope,
Still no?
showing
If you're using PowerPoint, go into slideshow setup and select which monitor you want the show to be on.
Yeah. Let me.
If you're doing this kind of sharing, sometimes in slideshow setup, you can say browse deck rather than present, and it'll give you access to a window with the slideshow in it.
So you're saying slideshow? Well, let me try this one. What about now?
There you go. There it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Had that as a backup. Yeah, essentially it's me first. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the work stream, just very, very briefly, that started in Arusha, or at least that Simeon announced in Arusha, and we did some work on, and then give you a little bit of an update on installing and trying Mojaloop in demo mode, which is mini loop. I'll give you an update on that. And then David's going to tell you all about how to run Mojaloop in Anger very easily with IAC. So just to touch on the work stream, and it was to assist users to onboard to Mojaloop. As I said, it was announced or initiated as a work stream in Arusha. I created a slide deck, and I've got a link to that below, which is purely and simply a proposal, because that's an AI that I took in Arusha, and I did that, and we've had some initial discussions around that slide deck. And in fact, Paul Macon has actually set up some meetings for next week to progress this. And it's worth noting that we have two parts of this work stream in place today. One with Miniloop for deploying Mojaloop in demo mode, or at least deploying the hub into Kubernetes clusters in demo mode, and then IAC in production. So let's just cover those two things. Oh, sorry, just before I leave the work stream. This is just from that slide deck, and it was purely and simply a proposal, a starting point. But I do note that we have, as I say, Miniloop for demo. You know, can I get this up and running in the least time, least resources? Can it run on a laptop? Can it run on VMs and everywhere, etc.? And of course, on the right-hand side, level 4 is IAC. So just to talk about what I'm working on mainly right at the moment, and the problem statement is that Kubernetes and our infrastructure with cloud native moves very quickly. Kubernetes releases every 3 months, and Miguel alluded to this earlier in his presentation. And current releases can expect about 12 months of patch release. So if 1.24, which is the current release, released at the end of June or the start of July, it gets a support window, and then it gets about another 12 months of patch release. And then the Kubernetes vendors, so anybody who creates distributions, Micro K8s or Rancher or Minikube, Kube Spray, or the cloud vendors, they basically keep in line with the Kubernetes release window. Look, I'm trying to be quick, so I'll just point out that we've fallen behind the release schedules for the engines, for Kubernetes itself. And again, going back to what Miguel said in the earlier presentation, some of the Helm charts and some of the other tools and services. And that makes it really hard for people to interact with Mojaloop. As I've been saying, you've got to be Miguel or Sam or VJ or you know, a real expert to be able to deploy Mojaloop, and that's not scalable. And it's an impediment for our community goal of being able to grow the community. And we're providing really expensive support on Mojaloop Help, and we're using, you know, Miguel's cycles to do it, which I don't think is the best use of his time. The two current releases, two current problems, which in the very near term Miniloop 4 release, and just think of Miniloop as the demo installer for Mojaloop. You know, we've got some out of date APIs. They got EOL'd as of the end of June. It was the last version that you could actually deploy the V1 Beta 1. And we had some out of date charts. That's issue number 2, the Pecona chart. And then already, if you look ahead in what's going to be the current release in 3 months' time, version 1.25, we got some other APIs actually becoming EOL'd as well. And the way this works is that you get 12 months or more warning about an API change or something changing within Kubernetes. They deprecate it for 12 months and then they stop serving it. So what's the solution that's available today to help in demo mode with this? There's a Miniloop branch, K8's v1.24, which will be Miniloop 4.0 release by the end of, well, by August actually. And what does it do? It essentially Git clones the Miniloop repo. Then you run what do you need to do? You need to Git clone the Miniloop repo into your Linux operating system as a normal user, a non-root user. And then as the root user, you run the K8's installed current.shell. That basically takes care of all the OS prerequisites. It installs micro K8's or K3's distros. It installs the correct Helm, the correct ingress, and it configures the user environment for K8's and for Mojaloop deployment. And then you do number 3 there, step number 3, miniloop-local-install.shell, clones the latest Mojaloop charts, in this case version 14, release candidate, modifies the charts. Interestingly, it also implements a new non-default and requires a non-default database password. It generates a new one. So there's no more default database passwords, even in demo mode, if you're using Miniloop version 4. And it deploys a database with that password. It deploys Mojaloop and it does the health checks, and it sets up so that you can do the testing toolkit. And if I can just show you very briefly before I hand over to David, if I go HTTP Mojaloop testing toolkit, you'll see that I deployed earlier I did those 3 steps earlier this evening to Red Hat 8, and then you can do the testing toolkit. I particularly like the mobile simulator here. We can start provisioning. While that's running, you can see that we actually ran the golden path tests with 0 failed assertions on release candidate 14. That's actually done. And we should be able to.
Seeing your screen, the same that you are.
Ah, that's not working, huh? Okay, forget that. I think I'm out of time. The point being that the testing toolkit comes up on your local laptop, accessing that Red Hat AWS instance, and you can run the mobile simulators. And actually, it's a really, really good environment for people to actually be able to see what Mojaloop is doing for kicking the tires. And I'll hand over to Dave. I'll stop sharing and hand over to David.
Thanks, Tom. So I'm going to try to pull a Paul Macon trick here. Let's see if it works. That didn't work. All right. Well, can you see the screen right now?
Not yet.
Oh, no, we
Not
can't.
yet?
We see you, David.
That's good. That's a good start. Paul makes it look so easy that I thought I would give it a try, but I might stop. Oh, there it is.
Yes, now we can see it. But
Excellent. All right, still can see it. All right, so let's go forward here. And we're going to talk about the IEC update from last PI. I just wanted to give a refresher because Simeon gave kind of a challenge for the IAC to have some more definition and what we're trying to solve for. So Tom just talked about the mini loop version, and we mentioned that there's some other use cases such as a sandbox for a hackathon, a POC for a countrywide switch, not production, but essentially to do a POC. And then production grade was, this is something that's going to be, you're going to need to have, more specific requirements addressed by a vendor in that situation. So we kind of put that one off. Then we talked a bit about the history. I'm not going to go over this again because we have a limited amount of time. But we did mention that the effort started on AWS, and so that's where our focus has been. But we're trying to get to the point where we're going to discuss this, where we can make the code base that we have cloud independent, so that we can modularize it to the point where we can bring in different Kubernetes providers, not just different cloud providers, but different managed Kubernetes, et cetera. So I did update this a little bit from last time, and we were just talking about some of the things that we've accomplished. And in terms of the major addition from last PI, it is that we have the first cut of the cloud provider agnostic version that also we've brought in some refactorings to make it more modular and to be able to support modularity across the board. And that is making use of TerraGrunt, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the rest of the presentation. So again, fit for purpose for a countrywide POC or for a sandbox, not talking about supporting production per se in this in what we've created so far in the Mojaloop repos. But some of the other things I think is worth pointing out. We do want to start supporting lower resource requirements. Because obviously, as you're starting out, there are cases where you're not going to be able to have such large VMs available from cost perspective. So that is something that we want to try to address in the future. All right, I did present these last PI, and just just to show that what we're talking about in terms of making modular so that we can support multiple Kubernetes implementations, either on-prem or with a cloud built kind of using Kubespray as we do in the current solution on top of a infrastructure that's been provisioned on a cloud provider, or having a managed Kubernetes solution. What we want to illustrate here is this red box here. These are the components that really are cloud dependent. And that's what we've focused on to make as modular as possible so that the next interested party would be able to take what's been done for AWS and then extend it for that cloud provider or on-prem or et cetera. Okay, these are the components that we use that are cloud agnostic, meaning these are third-party components that we make use of. They're open source and they should be able to run on any cloud. And that's why one of the main reasons that they were chosen. Okay, so the cloud agnostic process, what did we do in this PI in order to support this? And a lot of this work was put together right after the end of the PI, was talking with Tom in Arusha and started to lay down some of the reasons why we would want to do either support one cloud provider or manage cloud providers, and started thinking about the easiest way to modularize the code in order to support that. So the structural changes that were made were done. Number one, we changed the way that directories are set up for Terraform so that it would be easy to remove the existing AWS-based ones and swap in different cloud provider versions. Then we used Terragrunt, as I mentioned earlier, to allow this modularization to be extended for different custom modules that we want to support either in Mojaloop or third-party or vendor-provided modules to swap out. So Terragrunt, if people aren't aware of it, is a project that allows you to just define configuration once as opposed to copying and pasting it across your whole code base. And it makes it very easy to reuse that across your different modules. And it makes basically the process of having a module, it simplifies that so that you can swap out different modules with ease. So anyway, too much talk about modules, but the bottom line is that the way that it's been set up now, we can swap out modules fairly easily. And it sets the stage for doing that across the board, not just within the cloud-specific pieces of Terraform. So, all right, I don't think that this was just a discussion. This was an overall overview design of the different components. I don't think we need to go look at that in detail today for the sake of time. So what I wanted to do is just highlight a couple of the new modules that that were refactored in order to remove all of the AWS specific Terraform code and put them into two specific modules. And the two modules, as opposed to one, is essentially the top one here, the base infra AWS directory. This has the base infrastructure that is used to build the clusters. So for those who aren't familiar, we create the VMs and the rest of the AWS infrastructure. And then we use Kubespray, which is an Ansible library, to actually deploy the Kubernetes cluster. So that's the process that we use in order to stand up the cluster. So in order to make it easy to swap out using, say, a custom, a managed Kubernetes instead of using a homegrown, let's call it, cluster using Kubespray or another technology on top of custom built infrastructure, we created this so that this could be either eliminated completely if you wanted to use a managed Kubernetes, or if you wanted to go the route of using KubeSpray, you can replace this with a base infra Azure, say. And then you would have the equivalent infrastructure in order to create the security groups, the load balancers, et cetera, and the VMs ultimately, that would be the ingredients to the inventory that would then feed into the Ansible playbook for KubeSpray. And then you could run everything exactly the way that it is run right now, except that this would be changed. And then any references to AWS in terms of IAM and a couple of other, say S3 configuration that this base K8 uses. And again, the base K8 setup is AWS specific, because imagine external DNS needs to have IAM and Route 53 configuration. Let's Encrypt needs to have Route 53 configuration, et cetera. So there are, let's call them very minor changes that would be needed in this module in order to support the base Kubernetes infrastructure setup for a different provider. So these two modules is where everything that's cloud specific has been isolated, and no other cloud specific references have gone into any of the application specific modules that I'm going to quickly show. So this is the example of the cloud agnostic pieces, meaning there's no cloud vendor specific configuration in any of these. I did cut off one of the modules, but this is almost all of them. So you can see that there's the core Mojaloop configuration. There is also the state setup. So as the separation of state is going to be a part of version 14, we've already created the separation of the stateful resources from the configuration of the Mojaloop components that make use of those. So that's already been set up, even though it kind of in advance of that being a requirement for version 14. So anyway, I'm not going to go through any of these. Sorry, Zanzibar. Thank you, Sam. I'm not going to go into more detail about these, but just to point out that all of these have no reference to the cloud provider. TerraGrunt, I'm going to skip over this. For those who are interested, they'll be in the slide deck and you can see later on. But essentially, this is how we're configuring providers, and we're also creating dependencies between modules. And those dependencies allow us to really minimize the bleeding of different configuration elements across the different modules. And that's where you see here, like a dependency for GitLab that's getting pulled into a module that is actually for the, say, Grafana setup or something like that. So anyway, and then in terms of the common variables that we're able to pull out, we're able to make use of the same provider across all those modules. And anybody who's used to using Terraform, you have the pain of having to keep up all your providers that you're using in multiple modules. And if you bump the version in one place, you have to go bump it in 5 different places. So anyway, this allows us to pull all those provider configurations into one place and source it, and then we can remain consistent and only have one place, a single source of truth for those. Okay, so sorry, this should say PI 19. You know, we have the first cloud agnostic code base that's implemented on AWS. And again, I'm not saying that we've done any work to actually extend it to another cloud provider. We're looking for other interested parties to take that code base and move it forward by either extending it on-prem, using a managed cloud, or doing the KubeSpray on top of a different cloud provider. Okay, so I did want to mention quickly that I'm working with a member of the community to test out new versions of the Bootstrap and the platform code. And let's see if I can. Well, I'm not gonna try to change my share. Now, let me try doing this. How much time do I have, Simeon?
You've got 5 minutes left in the session, so.
Okay. Can everybody see that screen? There should be projects, GitLab.
Yep.
Okay. So there were updates that I made to the 3 main Mojaloop repos, the IAC AWS backend, the Bootstrap, and the platform. So the versions that were the default branches of these repos were quite out of date. They've all been updated. We also I've created releases that are now based off of those new default versions of these repos. And we're starting to work on some revamped documentation since the documentation has really gotten out of sync. And let's just call it will be bare bones documentation, but the goal is to have the documentation actually reflect the suggested code base that one should be running now. And as I mentioned, we're working with some other interested parties in the community to get this up and running and get some documentation donated back to the community. So really excited to see that interest, and also excited to get everybody working off the correct and most recent code base. So I'll leave it at there, and thank you.
Thanks, David. Are there any questions? I think I can take one question. Skimming through the chat as well.
I got a question if nobody else has.
All right. I guess no question then. Then I think we will end it up. Thank you. Sorry.
Simeon, I have a question if nobody else does.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Tom.
So I've been testing Mojaloop across different operating systems, different Kubernetes releases. You know that I'm working on the ARM. I'm trying to port this thing to ARM as well. So did we ever, or how do we make a decision about what operating systems, Linux distros, Windows releases, hardware, Kubernetes releases, Kubernetes engines, and cloud platforms? Have we got a statement, or should we have a statement about which and what platforms and we actually want to have this thing working on? And how do we decide that?
Actually,
so I can go back to the history a little bit. Not that that should guide you going forward, but I can say that we chose the Alpine Linux for in-container support because it was very small and easy to secure. But as I understand, the Arch Linux is perhaps the more preferred version to be used now. But now there's another overlay on that, which is, you've pointed out to us, which is that ARM architecture support may complicate somewhat the choice of the in-container operating system that we might use. I think Arch Linux is supported for ARM and also for the modern Intel architectures. So that shouldn't be a challenge, but that's something that would have to be looked at. What we did do is not use a really thick Linux like a Red Hat or something like that, because it's just simply too hard to secure in the end, and it's unnecessary. Since what we're running is a microservice architecture, we just basically need basic OS services. We don't need trough and man pages and a bunch of other stuff that you get with those distros. So that was the original choice made. I don't know, that we have a real formal structure for making those choices. It's mostly whoever is sitting in front of the choice thinks about what we're trying to do and makes some selections, shows it to the community, and then we debate if there are alternatives that we might consider. but ultimately code wins. So if you've got it running and it's working and you can make the claim that this is a supportable thing, then I don't know you're going to get a lot of pushback. I don't know if that helps you with your question.
No, I'll frame it a bit more in chat. I just thought I'd use the 5 minutes to run it up the flagpole and start the conversation. Thanks, Miller.
Thanks, Miller. I do want to highlight that the Community Council has a conversation on long-term support, and that's something that I think, Tom, you'd need to be plugged in as well. If Sam is here, I wonder if Sam can speak to that. Sam, would you like to?
Sure. So I would second what you said, Simeon. Nothing much to add in the time we have. I think there are several options that are being discussed there, but yeah, I would say it's being addressed.
Okay, cool. Tom, I'll find a way to plug you into that in those conversations as well.
Sure. I'll dump the question more fully formed into Slack. I'll be interested in further feedback on it. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Thanks so much, David and Tom. I will quickly pass this away to Mr. Michael Richards one more time for the FX conversation. Michael?
Thank you very much, Simeon. And it's good to be back. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my correct window. Oh, it seems to have vanished. Oh, there we are. How's that looking?
Looking good, go ahead.
Fantastic. I daren't even, I'm afraid, try to emulate David and Paul's wonderful tricks. So I'm afraid you'll just have to put up with me in a little window. Okay, so I want to talk first of all about the use cases. We've got to cover for currency conversion, then about the architecture that we are thinking about, and finally about the potential structure of a foreign exchange or currency conversion API. So let's think first of all about the use cases. So first of all, we need to be able to support a case where the DFSP performs their own currency conversion, where they themselves are capable of converting from one currency to another. Second, one where DFSP pre-purchases currency, let's say in bulk, from from a foreign exchange provider as it requires it. And finally, where a DFSP uses payment versus payment to obtain conversion on the fly for an individual transfer from a foreign exchange provider. So if a DFSP performs their own currency conversion, there isn't any FX, any currency conversion required by the system. The only requirement is that the DFSP must be able to provide liquidity cover in the target currency, and the existing architecture of Mojaloop, I think, should be capable of handling that, so we wouldn't need to do anything in order to provide that. In a case where a DFSP pre-purchases currency from a foreign exchange provider, it means that the DFSP must have liquidity credit with the switch for the amount of the source currency, the currency it's converting. The foreign exchange provider will remit the funds in the target currency to the DFSP, but they won't be available at that point for liquidity cover for transfers in that currency. It's only when the foreign exchange provider settles that amount that the funds remitted will be credited to the DFSP settlement account for the purposes of funding transfers. So the funds will appear in the ledger and the position ledger at that point, but they won't be transferred to the settlement ledger, which, as Miguel told us, is the one that will be used to do the liquidity check until those funds are settled. Again, that will not require a great deal of modification to the way in which things happen now. So finally, there's payment versus payment, which we at the moment are expecting to be the standard foreign exchange case for Mojaloop. Our plan is that it should be possible for either a debtor DFSP, the payer DFSP, or a creditor DFSP, the payee, to undertake currency conversion. And that means that the transfer itself will always be, as it is now, in a single currency. If the payer DFSP is doing the conversion, then the transfer will be in the target currency denominating, or if the creditor DFSP is to perform it, then the transfer will be in the source currency. And I'll be showing you in more detail a bit further in the presentation how that will work. But in both cases, it's important to register that there'll be back-to-back cover in the participant's non-home currency, which will net to zero over the course of the transaction. So it should be the case that no participant should ever have obligations outstanding except in its home currency. So the idea, as I say, is that there will be back-to-back transfers into and out of the non-home currency account, which will net back to zero. So what are our objectives here? Well, first of all, we wanted to minimize the footprint of the foreign exchange provider, the currency converter. I'll be talking a bit more about that in a bit, but we don't want foreign exchange. We want to essentially to have foreign exchange provision as a service, which is just about currency conversion. We didn't want foreign exchange providers necessarily to need to have to provide other services, directory lookup, those sorts of things that aren't really related to the conversion process. We also wanted to move the currency conversion process to the DFSPs to manage. Now, initially, when we started looking at this, we kind of expected that it would be the switch, the hub, which would be responsible for analyzing whether or not a transfer needed to have currency conversion, and if it did, to undertake that additional extension to the transfer to do the currency conversion. We think it's a cleaner and simpler model if we allow the participants to manage that. And I'll be explaining that a bit later on. Next, we wanted to make transfers deterministic. We wanted to ensure that whatever architecture we adopted would mean that we couldn't wind up in a situation where one part of a currency conversion transfer had succeeded and another part had failed. So that's an obvious security requirement that we have to have for currency conversion. And finally, we wanted, if possible, to make this a non-breaking change for the existing API so that we could extend functionality to include currency conversion without needing without needing people who are implementing schemes that don't need currency conversion, without needing them to make any changes to what they do at the moment. Okay, so let's talk a bit about the proposed architecture. So currently, we have a two-transfer model of currency conversion. We were thinking about a two-transfer, one-transaction model, but Mojaloop currently has a two-transaction model. So there's one transaction that goes from the payer DFSP to the foreign exchange provider in the source currency, and a separate transaction that goes from the foreign exchange provider to the destination, the payee DFSP, in the target currency. We wanted, I think, to at least to have a single transaction with two transfers, so that at least we could report on currency conversion transfers by transaction ID and therefore get both legs in the same report. There's a question there about whether there should be two condition fulfillment pairs, one for the foreign exchange provider and one for the creditor DFSP, but at the moment we haven't come to a decision about that. But in both cases, the quote and the transfer are routed via the FXP by directly addressing the first phase of the operation, that is either that is the initial source currency transfer to it, and the foreign exchange provider would be a full participant in the transfer. It functions as a DFSP from the point of view of the resources it has to support. So it's essentially got to support an extensive series of API functions, not all of which, as I say, are related to currency conversion. But currency conversion is managed essentially through an extension of the existing FSP IOP standard API. And there was a problem in that requests for currency conversion were being made prior to the final terms of the transfer being known. Now, as we've said, when a transfer request is made, which is when in our original design thinking requests for currency conversion were done, it's not necessarily the case that the amount that's being asked for is the amount that will eventually be required, because as we know, it's only when the payee DFSP responds with the agreed terms of the transfer that it's possible to understand what the eventual amount of currency conversion required will be. So that was a problem. Our proposed alternative is to say, essentially, currency conversion is a matter between a DFSP and a single party. The transfer terms don't need to record the content of that agreement, and the FXP doesn't need to know either about the quote or about the transfer. It only needs to know about the currency conversion that it's being asked to provide. It should sign the terms, the FXP should sign the terms under which it performs the conversion, so that it can confirm both to its client and to the switch that it has explicitly assented to its part, the currency conversion, and has cleared the funds appropriately, in this case, to the requesting DFSP. And we wanted either the payer DFSP or the payee DFSP, or perhaps the switch, to be able to request a currency conversion. That should say currency conversion, not transfer. So we wanted a DFSP to be able to request either wholesale or retail currency conversion in the same way. So it shouldn't be possible, it shouldn't be necessary for the foreign exchange provider to know whether it's wholesale or retail conversion that's being required. For wholesale currency conversion, the conversion just gets executed and the converted funds are credited back to the DFSP's target currency account. FXP has to demonstrate liquidity cover, as we've said, and the funds won't be available until the FXP has settled them. For retail, i.e. per transfer, what we want to say is that the execution of the conversion will be dependent on a successful execution of an associated funds transfer, i.e. the transfer itself. If the transfer fails, the conversion should fail. If the conversion fails, the transfer should fail. It should not be possible for either to succeed without the others succeeding. And as we've said, back-to-back transfers in the non-home account, which will always net to zero. So we suggested that a DFSP should be able to use a services endpoint in the FSP IOP API, which we had already planned to introduce for the PISP interface to allow a PISP to find out which DFSPs in the scheme offered PISP support. So we plan to extend that to use an FXP endpoint so that a DFSP can get a list of any entities in the scheme which provide foreign exchange currency conversion services. So the two transfer model works like that. The transfer 1 goes between the payer DFSP, transfer 2 in the target currency goes from the foreign exchange provider to the payee DFSP. The new model, if the payer DFSP is doing the conversion, says the conversion request goes to the foreign exchange provider and it gets a response back, which is the currency in the target currency. The currency itself then is in the target currency. So you can see there'll be a credit from the foreign exchange provider of the amount and a debit of the same amount as cover for the transfer. If the payee is asking for the conversion, then the transfer will be in the source currency. The payee DFSP will use that source currency as transfer to the foreign exchange provider, the currency converter, and it will get its own currency back. So it will be able to disburse those funds to its customer. So how does this work in the agreement phase? Well, as we say, the currencies in which the beneficiary customer can receive funds will be returned as an optional part of the get parties request. So the get parties request would be able to include a statement that says this account can receive funds in West African francs or South African rands or whatever it might be. The debtor DFSP will therefore be able to find out from that response whether the transfer will need currency conversion or not, because it will know what currency its customer's account can use. So it will know whether the transfer needs currency conversion. It can decide whether it wants to carry out that conversion itself or whether it's going to ask the creditor DFSP to carry it out. And currency conversion, we expect, will use the same structure as an ordinary transfer. It's going to use the same pattern, an agreement phase followed by an execution phase. So if the debtor DFSP is doing the transfer, you do the currency conversion process, the request, that is, for currency conversion before you request for quotation. The debtor DFSP asks for a list of foreign exchange providers and selects one. It asks the selected foreign exchange providers for a conversion quotation, specifying the source and target currencies and the amount required in one or other of the currencies. The foreign exchange provider sets the terms in exactly the same way as the payee DFSP would for an ordinary transfer. It signs them again in the same way. It puts an expiry on them. It works in exactly the same way as for an ordinary transfer and returns the condition to the payer DFSP. When the debtor DFSP, the payer DFSP, sends the quotation request, then it specifies the amount of the transfer in the target currency. So if there's the creditor DFSP who's doing currency conversion, then the process will be specified after the payee DFSP receives the request for quotation and before it responds. It expresses the amount of the the payer DFSP expresses the amount of the transfer in the source currency. The creditor DFSP asks for a list of FXPs and selects one. And it then asks the selected foreign exchange provider for a conversion quotation, specifying the source and target currencies and the amount required. Again, the foreign exchange provider, in exactly the same way, sets the terms, signs them, and returns the condition. Now, when the creditor DFSP sends the quotation response for its transfer, it specifies the amount of the transfer in the target currency in the payee receive amount, which is a field already there in the quote response. So nothing needs to change in order for that to happen. And that means that the debtor DFSP will be able to respond to its customer and say both the send amount and the receive amount in their different currencies. And again, it won't have to do anything different from what it does now. So now I want to talk a little bit about how we're going to ensure deterministic outcomes here. And our idea is to do it via a concept which we're calling at the moment dependent transfers. So the requirement is, in a payment versus payment transfer, there's going to be two actual transfers. We've got to have a situation where either they must both succeed or both fail. And of the two transfers, we are expecting that one will be subordinate to the other if a deterministic outcome is to be achieved. So what we're saying is that if one succeeds, the other must. So our solution is that we define one transfer as the primary and the other as the subordinate. When the execution of the subordinate transfer is requested, the execution request contains the transfer ID of the primary request as part of execution request. And what that means is that when the payee DFSP or the currency converter approves the subordinate transfer, this means I approve it subject to the primary transfer being approved. So in relation to this, in relation to the conversion, the currency converter, the foreign exchange provider, is effectively saying, I am happy with this transfer. I resign my right to cancel it to the switch. It's effectively making a promise which is exactly the same as the promise which the payer DFSP has made to the scheme by issuing the payment execution request. The payee DFSP, sorry, that's the foreign exchange provider here, should reserve funds in its accounts but should not irrevocably transfer them. And as you've doubtless seen, this is equivalent to returning the transfer request with status reserved, i.e. it says, I will wait to see whether this transfer has succeeded or not, whether this currency conversion has succeeded or not. When the switch completes the primary transfer, it informs the parties to the secondary transfer of the secondary transfer's outcome. And that means that it's only at that point that the switch will record the secondary transfer as having completed, and that the foreign exchange provider, in this case, will be able to actually clear the funds to its accounts. So that's what we're proposing. For example, in our currency conversion architecture, funds transfer is the primary transfer and the currency conversion is the secondary transfer. So the currency conversion succeeds if and only if the transfer succeeds. In the Mojaloop 2 transfer model, which this would also support, the source currency transfer, payer to FXP, is the primary transfer, and the target currency transfer is the secondary transfer. So that means the target currency transfer succeeds if and only if the source currency transfer succeeds. And this offers a way of achieving a deterministic outcome, even in the 2 transaction model that Mojaloop implements. So we can already see that this dependent transfer model is enabling us to solve problems beyond the simple question of how to manage the difference between currency conversion and the actual transfer. So this is potentially at least a candidate for generalization. It's a pattern that could be generalized across Mojaloop. It could be extended, I think, from 2 to multiple codependent transfers, so that, for instance, the primary ID might mean all transfer requests which share this dependency ID. So, for instance, where a bulk transfer is composed into multiple per DFSP bulk transfers, which is just something we talked about yesterday, the dependency model could be used to allow the overall bulk transfer to fail if any of the component bulk transfers fail. Now, we've said at the moment that when we issue those requests, some will succeed and some will fail, and that's just the way it's going to happen. So even if there were only one transfer in a payroll which succeeded, that person would still get paid even though everybody else did. This enables us, if we want to say, no, if for any reason we can't make the payments that we expect to be able to make, then we will cancel the run. And if we do that at the batch level, for instance, we could allow individual payments to fail, payments to individual customers whose accounts might have been suspended, but we can still allow the overall payroll to fail if, for instance, a whole DFSP is unavailable or offline. We could also use this to support the multi-payee transfer, which you will probably recall, well, maybe you won't, but it was proposed by Snap. They wanted to be able to issue a transfer where, let's say, they were acting as an agent for a football team. They sold a ticket, and the football team got most of it, Snap got some of it, and the government got some of it. And the idea was that unless all parts of the transfer succeeded, all of it should fail. And this dependency model would enable us, I think, to support that effectively. So let's look at the question of executing currency. How much time have I got left, Simeon?
You have 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Oh, great. Plenty of time. Okay, so let's look at how currency conversion actually works. So if the debtor, the DFSP, the payer, is doing the conversion, it asks its selected foreign exchange provider to execute the conversion, and it specifies the transaction number on which the conversion depends. The FXP decides whether to approve or not. If it doesn't approve, then the transfer process stops. So from now on, we assume it has approved it. If it does approve, then, as I've said, this is equivalent to the foreign exchange provider making a positive response, post transfers with status reserved. So the switch can finally determine the outcome. In this case, the switch reserves a debit in the source currency against the debtor DFSP's account. It reserves a credit in the target currency against the debtor DFSP's account. Then the debtor DFSP requests execution of the transfer, which is denominated in the target currency. Switch reserves funds in the target currency against the debtor DFSP's account. They've already been covered, as we've just seen, as a consequence of the currency conversion. So this is the netting out. So the net on the target currency account for the payer DFSP will be 0. It forwards the request to the creditor DFSP. If the creditor DFSP rejects the transfer, then the switch cancels the reservation of funds and cancels all the reservations associated with the currency conversion, which is a dependent transfer. The switch then informs the FXP that the currency conversion has been rejected, and it's exactly the same as it would be if the switch informed a normal payer DFSP that a transfer had been rejected. If the creditor DFSP approves the transfer, the switch records a transaction which debits the debtor DFSP's account and credits the payee DFSP's account in the target currency, cancels the reservations associated with the currency conversion, and records 2 transfers: a debit from the debtor DFSP and a credit to the foreign exchange provider in the source currency, and a debit from the foreign exchange provider and a credit to the debtor DFSP in the target currency. And the switch informs the foreign exchange provider that the currency conversion has succeeded. So that is, oh, sorry, it also informs the debtor DFSP that the currency conversion has succeeded. So that basically works like this. We do a directory request, get a request for Rwandan francs, currency conversion request in West African francs, response in Rwandan francs, and a transfer in Rwandan francs. If it's the creditor DFSP, the payee DFSP, who is going to undertake the conversion, then the debtor sends a transfer execution request in the normal way. It's denominated in the source currency. The switch reserves a debit in the source currency, exactly as it would in the normal circumstances, and forwards the request to the payee DFSP. The payee DFSP requests execution of the previously agreed currency conversion. Switch reserves funds in the target currency against the foreign exchange provider's account. If the currency conversion request fails, then the switch cancels that reservation the creditor, the payee foreign exchange provider, sorry, what I meant to say was the creditor DFSP rejects the transfer request, and the rejection is processed in a normal way. So all the payer DFSP sees is a rejection by the payee DFSP of the transfer that it required for execution. If it succeeds, then the switch clears the reservations it made against the payer DFSP and the foreign exchange provider. It creates a debit from the debtor DFSP's account and a credit to the FXP's account in the source currency. A debit from the foreign exchange provider's account and a credit to the creditor DFSP's account in the target currency. And the switch notifies the foreign exchange provider that it's recorded the currency conversion as successful. And now the switch notifies the debtor, the payer DFSP, and the payee DFSP, if requested, that it's recorded the transfer as successful. So it goes like this: directory request, response happens in the same way as it did before. When the quote request comes through, we get a conversion request in West African francs, and that's responded to with Rwandan francs. And the transfer goes through, sorry, the arrows are a wrong way round there. That should have gone through first, the transfer in West African francs, leading to a conversion request. So what are we going to need to have in the foreign exchange API, which we are now having is a separate API. So a services endpoint, as we've already said, something to find out who is offering currency conversion services in the scheme. Then we have an FX quotes endpoint and an FX transfers endpoint, which are the currency conversion versions of the quotes and transfers endpoints that exist in the current API. And I think that's more or less it. Those are, it's worth saying that the quotes and transfer, FX quotes and FX transfers are the only endpoints that the foreign exchange provider needs to support. In the two transfers or two transactions models, it needs to be able to essentially support, a larger number of API endpoints, because it needs to be able to do more than simply respond to FX quotes and FX transfers requests. It needs to be able to initiate quotes and transfers requests. It needs to be able to initiate directory requests and so on and so forth. So it cuts down the footprint and therefore the requirements for a foreign exchange provider and makes it easier for a participant in the scheme to provide foreign exchange services. As we've said in the past, we want this to be a set of services so that it's very possible that an entity, a DFSP, which provides other services, which is a participant in the scheme in other ways, should also offer foreign exchange services. So what do we need to do to the FSPI, the existing API? Well, as we've said, we need a list of currencies, an optional list of currencies returned from the put party's call in the FSPI API. That means that in a scheme which supports currency conversion in this model, the payer DFSP can understand and make the decision as to whether currency conversion is required or not. We need to extend the data model in the I'll just say that again. That's not a requirement. It's not a mandatory field. It's an optional field. The data model for the post quotes and put quotes calls should have an enumeration to allow the debtor DFSP to specify that it wants the creditor DFSP to undertake currency conversion, or to allow the creditor DFSP to specify that it wants the debtor DFSP to undertake currency conversion. The reason we need this, we did originally consider that it might be possible to infer from the currencies that were already included in the quotation request whether currency conversion is required or not. But we figured in the end that that wasn't the case, because in a situation where where someone was sending with a receive amount, saying, I want the person to receive this amount, it wouldn't necessarily be easy to understand whether that meant I want the person to receive this amount and I will be doing the currency conversion, or I want the person to receive this amount and you must do the currency conversion. So we thought it needed an optional separate identifier to do that. And the same in the transaction object. And of course, we will also need, though it's not found here, we will need something that enables the dependent transaction UID to be set so that we can link the two transactions with each other. So that is all I have to say on that. Does anyone have any questions?
Michael, you might want to take a look through the chat. See if there's
Yeah, sorry, I've been neglecting my duties chat-wise. It's certainly true. Sorry, yes, okay. TV flow. No, they will all go through the switch. Sorry. If it is the case that they don't go through the switch, as Miller says, then that's essentially equivalent to the first option, i.e. the DFSP is providing currency conversion itself. So this assumes that communications between the FXP and the DFSP who's requesting conversion will be routed through the switch in the normal way. I think that if that were not the case, then what we would see is that funds that were, effectively, funds that were obtained from a currency converter by the DFSP in whatever way would simply be credited to its settlement account in the target currency, and it would say, I intend to make this transfer and I'm going to do it in the target currency. What it wouldn't be able to do necessarily is to send something through saying, I know that currency conversion is required, but you should do the currency conversion. Yes, so as Johan says, dependent transfers means the switch is the ultimate source of truth, because it will be the person that eventually decides whether all of these transfers have succeeded or all of them have failed. Okay, any other questions on that? In which case, if there are none.
One final one.
Yeah.
Will you be able to run the visa folks, Michael?
I will. Now, my understanding is that the Visa people are keen to do currency conversion themselves. They do it already as part of Visa Direct. And I would be surprised if they wanted to resign that ability to other people. However, they might very well want to, or might very well be interested in providing currency conversion services in a scheme which wasn't doing Visa Direct inbound transfers. So I would certainly do that, yes.
Well, thank you so much, Michael. Do you have any last comments to wrap up?
Any last comments? No, I don't think so, except to thank you for your indulgence and to say that unfortunately you'll be getting even more of me later on this afternoon.
Looking forward to it, Michael. Thank you so much.
Yes, you're such a...
Excellent. A quick reminder to everyone that we are asking you to fill out the polls on your screen. That would greatly help us. And another quick announcement. So this is we have one more trivia, the next break, which is right after this session. And just after the trivia, during the trivia, I'd ask you all to come on video. It would be great for us to just take a screening. If you don't know what that is, stand by. At this moment, I'd invite Sam, Kevin, Michael, I think you're in the session again, and JJ for the 3PPI enablement session. Sam?
Thank you, Simeon. Let me share my screen. Simeon, can you confirm when you see the?
Yes, I can.
Right. Thank you, Simeon. Hi, everyone. This is Sam again. I'm a Mojaloop community contributor and a community representative at the Community Council as well. So here we have JJ, Michael, and Kevin representing the third-party team. We'll start off with a brief, a very quick update on where the status of Mojaloop third-party features is. We'll look at the work done in this PI. And then we'll open the floor. JJ and Michael will talk about the enhancements and changes to the API and more things to come. So we'll start off with the third-party feature status, an overview of PI 18, and then I'll pass it on to JJ and Michael. Thanks to all the contributors. Kevin has been heavily doing the implementation. Others have been working on reviews, API changes, and various things. A quick overview of where we are. Initially, we had the POC, MVP. We did some work to productionize in this year, in the previous phase and for earlier part of this phase, which is now done. And then we are looking forward to more enhancements and then adoption soon. So where are we with the third-party features? As most of you probably know by then, we have a standard version of the third-party API version 1.0. Enhancements and various extensions to that are now in review. Michael and JJ will cover that. So the third-party services, we have an implementation that works. We have end-to-end tests that are run on a regular basis. Whenever Mojaloop releases are made, whenever a release candidate is done and incrementally services are updated, we run 3 collections. As we've discussed before, we have the third-party collection, bulk collection, and of course the FSP interoperability golden path collection. So that is done. We believe that these are now production quality, ready to be adopted. Obviously, adoption is an entirely different beast, but we believe that it's ready for that. And then this may fly under the radar, but the documentation and sequence diagrams have been updated to reflect implementation. They were out of sync, so that is now taken care of as well. An initial design for the GSP API adapter was done, which would have allowed GPay to interact with Mojaloop services. But yeah, this is, I think, one of the updates from this PI that we had to put a pause on the GSP API adapter implementation because Google Standard Payments API is going through some changes that JJ is working on, which actually I think improves how it aligns with Mojaloop. But for now, we had to pause it there so that we can pick it up once there is clarity on that. So in this PI, the functional tests were upgraded to the version 1.0. There is a demo video for that I've included in this deck. We have Helm charts for third-party functionality now included in V14. We've seen earlier today in the first session, the third-party collection tests were updated, and there were breaking changes because there were resource changes and data model changes that happened. Because some of the services were previously using a non-standard 0.1 version of the API, and now they've been upgraded to version 1.0. And as part of some reconciliation effort that was done, we now have the JWS functionality applied to the third-party requests. Previously, that wasn't there. So essentially, it includes MTLS, mutual TLS, and JWS now supported for third-party requests as well. Of course, some maintenance changes there. We have the third-party services node version upgraded to version 16, along with the rest of the Mojaloop core services. That is also now available as a Mojaloop dev release or release candidate. And then the TTK tests have been updated for the latest version as well. Another significant update, which the developers and we see on a daily basis, is functional testing is now made part of the CI/CD pipeline. Whereas previously we have to do release testing and other end-to-end testing. Now this is part of the daily pull requests and merges. Of course, we also have the Slack notifications. It might be a little bit of overwhelming for people who are not developing or actively contributing, but we have an announcements channel that is public open. Feel free to join and follow, where we see several updates of releases, GitHub releases, NPM packages, Docker images, and also test results that are run on particular release as well. I don't know if JJ has plans to cover that, but the third-party API implementation has been put on hold. We will revive and pick it up once the draft version for the new GSP API is out, and I will continue that effort. To summarize, Mojaloop 3 PPI support is done. We believe that it is supported, but we are looking for two real things. One, third-party backend, third-party implementation like GPay, which we have GSP API, and an FSP who wants to adopt and try out third-party features as well. That will give us clarity on how to develop specific adapters for those, but otherwise the core and the third-party functionality supports this. We have payment manager support for third-party features. On the FSP connections, we believe that for demo and testing purposes, this can be done using our existing components like TTK and third-party adapter SDK components. But if you want like a real demo, then we need something like an FSP who wants to do, and we need their core solution to be able to adapt. So a couple of demos I've included links here. There is an end-to-end test video for third-party tests, which is part of this deck. We'll provide that. And there is a demo as well at the end. I've included a few slides in the appendix section as well, which might give an overview of how we envision this to look like as a component diagram for Mojaloop. We've covered this in detail in our previous community events, so I'd like to skip those. But yeah. Here is a link to the demo and some general information. That is where we are with the TTK. I'd like to pass it on to Michael and JJ for more interesting and open discussions on upcoming third-party features that are in design and review.
Thank you very much, Sam. I think that question of whether it's more interesting, we will leave to the audience. But we do want this to be an interactive session. This is really to get opinions, to get people talking and discussing about where we should take the PISP interface next. So are you seeing my screen? I'll take that as a yes. Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Okay. So where are we now? We have an implementation of the PISP interface, which supports initiation of payments from an existing account and reliable and secure authorization of those payments from a customer's device. We've also got an automated means of establishing a relationship between an account holding institution, a DFSP, and a third-party payment initiator in respect of one or more customer accounts. And for the moment, that is restricted to the ability to initiate transfers from those accounts, but we have plans to extend that in the future. We've also refactored the interface to align it better with the way in which PISPs actually work. When we went through the process of looking at the integration of our PISP interface with the Mali interface, it was clear that we had rather got things the wrong way around as far as how a PISP wanted to use the interface. So we refactored it to better align with what we wanted to have. So now the question is, where do we go from here? We have some candidates. First of all, bulk requests. Now, if we imagine, for instance, a payroll fintech, which wants to run payrolls for multiple customers who bank with different DFSPs, we would expect that this would really just extend the existing bulk interface to a request to pay to include that. We also might want to think about requesting payment without authorization. And an example here is to think, let's say, of a fintech which provides services to customers, and the fintech wants to reduce its operating costs by sending reminders to its customers that subscription payments are due. Another example might be, for instance, an app that supports merchants who run credit accounts, and they may want to send out requests at the end of each month to say to all the credit account customers, this is what you owe, please pay up. But in both cases, the customers we would expect would authorize the payments via their DFSP in the normal way. They wouldn't rely on the PISP for the authorization. And this is essentially an extension of merchant request to pay as we currently have it. Finally, there's the question of bill payment. Now, when a customer pays their electricity bill, the utility wants to know that that's happened so that they can adjust the customer's account balance. The same might be true, for instance, for a company like M-KOPA. If someone pays their M-KOPA subscription, pardon me, then M-KOPA needs to know about it in order to understand how to, to update their account to make sure that the payment is actually recorded and they don't get their solar power cut off. This could be done, we think, via a version of account initiation service provision, which basically says, notify me whenever there's a movement on this account. So at the moment, we normally think of AISP as being a pull service, where someone says, tell me what my balance is, tell me what my last 5 transactions are. Whereas this, we think, would be a push service. So whenever there's a movement on the account, I send a message to the AISP saying something happened on this account, and this is the account from which it came. Now, the question that we want to ask is, who should provide this functionality? And we think there are 2 alternatives here. Either Mojaloop could provide it via the PISP interface, or individual DFSPs could provide it individually via their own customer interfaces. Now, as we've seen, there isn't anything in the set of new things which aren't already functionalities that are provided via Mojaloop. Actually, the last one probably isn't like that, but no, in fact, it is, because there's nothing to stop a DFSP doing that. So it would be perfectly possible for individual DFSPs to provide each of these services themselves, and for the PISPs, who would not in that case be formal PISPs, they wouldn't be regulated by the Mojaloop scheme, just to use the DFSP's interface to make those interactions. So if Mojaloop provides it, it reduces the cost for fintechs. They can develop an interface once and use it with any DFSP. It also standardizes the interface, so fintechs can easily understand how to interact with DFSPs. On the other hand, it increases costs for DFSPs. They need to support more functionality on the PISP interface, even if they don't actually provide that service. Even if they don't have customers who want that service. And it also doesn't allow DFSPs to differentiate themselves by providing a better or worse set of functionality and service, which, as we know, is part of the application side of things, which the level 1 project says should be left up to competition between individual providers. On the other hand, if the DFSPs provide it, then the DFSPs can differentiate themselves by providing a better or worse service and therefore attracting people. And there is a reduced cost for the DFSPs in that they can develop only those services that they see a benefit, and they can offer them to multiple fintechs without additional cost. On the other hand, there are variations in DFSP API structure and coverage, and those will increase the costs for fintechs. It would be nice to think that the open banking APIs for all financial institutions were like each other. Unfortunately, at least in my experience, that's not the case. So fintechs would find themselves having to generate potentially quite a large number of different interfaces to be able to interface with different DFSPs, which might be a significant problem, let's say, for a fintech like the one in the example, which provides payroll services. So for each bank where an employer had an account, they would have to have potentially a different interface in order to provide their payroll services to that employer. It would also be more difficult for a fintech to move its account to another DFSP. The cost of that might include the need to transfer or rewrite its interfaces for the new DFSP. So in the case of a service provider, which let's say has a single account of the DFSP into which the customers are paying, it might be a problem for them to move their account to another DFSP. Whereas if the services were provided via the Mojaloop PISP interface, then it would be a relatively simple matter for them to move their account to another DFSP, which also supported the PISP interface. So that is a brief sketch, a reasonably brief sketch of the sorts of issues that we want to talk about. And the floor, I think, is yours. We would like to hear what people think.
I'd also like to chime in that we're not saying that each one of the features that Michael highlighted must either be done by the PISP, or sorry, by Mojaloop or by the DFSPs to compete. We can pick and choose and decide maybe there's some that we want to build into Mojaloop and maybe others that we think belong being built into the DFSPs with the variation and competitive nature that comes with it. So it is a bit of a grab bag for certain things. And the three examples we also listed are three that Michael thought of and I agreed were good ones. I think there's plenty more that could be potentially falling under this third-party umbrella that maybe Michael and I have not thought of. And then there becomes a question for basically all these features. Do we have a blanket policy of it always goes in Mojaloop? Does it always go in the DFSP, or is it a pick and choose we decide depending on the context and nature of the functionality? So there's that aspect as well to consider, because this is a very nuanced space that we want to make sure we do the right thing for some definition of right thing. But I think in our minds, we're looking for a world where when in doubt, we're providing consistency when it makes sense, as long as the burden on the DFSPs is not too exceptional. We don't want a world where DFSPs want to use Mojaloop, like the countries, for example, would really want to deploy Mojaloop, but DFSPs rebel because of all the extra functionality that they have to implement. And they're like, why do I have to support the payroll API? Like, what is this? We want to make sure that we're not getting in the way of adoption by requiring functionality. At the same time, we want to provide as much consistency as possible. So it is, I think, as Michael very clearly pointed out, an important bit of trade-off here, where we're swapping out competitive nature and differentiation versus consistency and additional cost for everyone who wants to integrate. So I just want to make sure that was clear for some of our conversations. And oh, hey, Miller.
Just to add to that, JJ, I mean, there would be nothing to stop a DFSP providing its own version of a service, even if the service could also be provided via the PISP interface.
Absolutely, we could have multiple. Miller, I see you talking, but we can't hear you.
Vulcan neck pinch required. There we go. I guess I see that the return on investment of implementing features in Mojaloop really depends on it being universally applied to the DFSPs. And early on in the design of Mojaloop, we said that for that to be possible, we had to minimize the requirements for implementation on the DFSPs, or there would be a rejection of this system. And even high modularity, where you could pick and choose between those things that you wanted to offer, it feels awkward because you don't get that kind of market return that you want out of that core infrastructure, the hub-based core infrastructure. So during that time period, we worked with the GSMA, and they developed what they call the Open API, the GSMA's Open API, which is an over-the-top API exposed by the DFSPs for the purposes of merchant acquisition, such as with fintechs. And that is a standardized, semi-standardized API that applies across any DFSP that chooses to implement it. So there you get the optionality. If they are going to acquire merchants and service them, then they have the ability to take that API as is, to extend it with additional features to give them market differentiation. And in no case does it depend on anything more than the common payments transfer functionality already implicit within the hub switch system, in this case, Mojaloop. And so it is a decoupling of those things, and it allows for that market flexibility that is going to be hard to provide. It also means we don't have to do the implementation work for what could become quite a litany of requested functionality that goes beyond payment transfers. I think PISP succeeds because it is such a simple strategy for remote control of transfers between accounts, and it leaves to the wallet provider the ability to put a retail context around that. And that I think maybe is the difference. Whereas we get into account provision, I think there's a lot of study that has to go into that to look at the issues around privacy and disclosures and how you trigger the transactions. The MCOPA case, for example, would be easily handled through the open API, where a MCOPA-like company would take a single DFSP as their merchant provider, get full interoperability across the channels, and the PISP interface could be integrated for the purposes of generating that payment, but the notification and activation of the solar panels would be, through their custom APIs with their merchant provider. So I think there's a way to do these sorts of things now that leaves that more to market choice and maybe less to us making the investment. So I wouldn't foreclose this. I mean, it's something we should study, like what kinds of other functionality that look like PISP should we think about? But I think the bar is pretty high if we are going to get into activating functionality that basically all the DFSPs would have to accept. Over. There must be others on here that want to speak up on this. I looked like I saw Innocent in the chat.
Apparently not.
He doesn't want to come off mute, perhaps.
I just made a comment, Mira. Sorry. Yeah. I'm following and enjoying the conversation and enjoying the scenario of having an MCOPA today in the conversation. Makes it more real. Yeah.
So I suppose part of the thinking behind wanting to include this in the PISP interface is thinking about fintechs as one of the main drivers of uptake for Mojaloop systems. And it certainly seems to be the case, as far as I can see, that there is a great deal more interest in Mojaloop among third-party providers, potential third-party providers, than there is among financial institutions. Perhaps I've got this wrong, but that's my impression. And therefore, it seemed to us, at least as a possibility, that it was something where we should be I won't say G'ing them up to make demands of the financial institutions, but that sort of thing, effectively to say, here are things that will enable you, will make it easier for you to transform your great business ideas into things that actually make and receive payments. All you need to do is get the DFSPs to join in.
I see a couple of comments in the chat. Matt making the point that the GSMA API is fairly mature at this point. And as Paul's saying, that many of the merchants, the fintech merchants, will select a partner and integrate with them. As it is today, they have to integrate with all of them, which is what Mojaloop solves for. So it is essentially already assisting with that, making it more valuable. I do think that there's a PISP strategy for some of these kinds of merchants, but honestly, it feels a little bit of a competition between merchant request to pay through the standard over-the-top interfaces and a wallet-based interaction, which is the third-party wallet strategy that PISP implements. That might be worth structuring that a bit.
Mhm.
I mean, in the, I don't know, Matt, maybe you could chime in, but in the hackathon environments, are the fintechs utilizing the open API? Is it being exposed to their use in a way that we could sort of test the theory of how complete that is for that use?
Certainly, it's available for such use. It's open and free to use, and the lab has sort of validation services to help folks make sure they've implemented it the proper way. I believe it has been used in a couple of hackathons, but let me double check on that. But if anyone has questions or wants connection to it, more than happy to share out both contact info and links to the resources.
I mean, there's a problem. Sorry, carry on.
No, that's all right. Go ahead, Michael.
I was just going to say, there is a problem with some of the GSMI interface at the moment, isn't there, in that it doesn't provide a bulk quotation endpoint at the moment. They've added one for individual transfers, but not for bulk. So it's not currently possible, if I've understood it correctly, for a third payroll bureau, for instance, to use the GSMA interface to run a payability test.
That's where I was going as well, is to say the completeness of the over-the-top API is an important aspect, but we shouldn't dodge its lack of completeness by re-implementing that functionality on top of PISP, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think there's enough similarity between what a wallet provider wants, and we've provided in PISP, and what a merchant or a fintech wants in a merchant request to pay scenario, that it's easy to confuse those two interfaces. I think, though, that we should study carefully the original design and say that merchants are handled through a request to pay scenario. That's the way we connect the business logic to the transfer, and that PISP is really intended for an entirely different purpose, which is this sort of third-party control of the payment transfer process, with potential to connect business logic behind that wallet experience. But it's not quite the same thing. In the case where PISP, the wallet provider has a relationship with the end customer who's doing the pay, and you shouldn't need that when you do a merchant request to pay in quite that same way. It can be implemented in a more straightforward merchant/consumer interaction. I think it's probably worth studying a bit, but
yeah. And I just want to pick up Steve's point, thinking that PISP would be more useful to banks than wallets. I think I'm right in thinking, but perhaps I'm not, that the GSMA interface has not been taken up by non-mobile companies. Is that correct? And certainly, I think some of these. Sorry, carry on, Matt.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't say that across the board, but that is a generally true statement.
And some of these, I think, like the bulk initiation for payroll providers and things like that, as Steve says, as Paul and Steve say, it's more likely that though people who have large payments to make, which might also include government institutions, of course, will be banking with banks. We'll want to transfer out of banks. And therefore the ability to do bulk request to pay via the PISP interface might be a useful one.
Well, I mean, Paul's really put the point on it, which is that the reason we want this is because you don't want to wait for a bank to come up with something that competes with Google Wallet, as an example. We waited a long time. And it's all about providing a custom experience that sits on top of that, while allowing the authentication and authorizations to reside with the licensed institution. I think that's a good separation, but that was a very purpose-designed sort of view of how those things work. And then to extend that into a merchant relationship, I think is not correct. We'd have to look I think of that quite differently. If MRTP is not meeting the requirements, why would be the question. We would really want to study that first before we simply hop on the other. I will say that Open API from GSMA, I think, is attempting to provide much of the same functionality that Open Banking provides for banks. And so though there's a definite gap in both in concept and function, and Open Banking is a pretty thick interface, and it's not widely implemented. It's outside of Europe, I guess. But that as we see that kind of approach taken up by banks, it closes the gap on their side. They can then chase these kinds of over-the-top fintechs and others that want to interact with their account holders. And Open GSMA API allows for that market to develop its response to the need for innovation. Again, I don't see the PISP necessarily extending into that space quite so quickly, because it's hosted by the hub and the interactions are hosted through the hub. That's really all we're relying on, right, is the communication pathways, and a standardization of the requirements on the DFSPs to support certain interactions. I'm not sure.
I mean, that's, I think, the problem with bank APIs, bank open APIs. I was sort of vaguely involved in some of this in Kenya a while ago, and they are different from each other. I mean, you know, each bank undertakes its own implementation of open banking according to what are quite generally articulated principles. And of course, as is the way of these things, they all wind up looking like how that bank works internally. And there's therefore, it's not at all easy to generalize such that you can move an interface from one bank to another. And from that perspective, I think the open banking promise has been slow to materialize. Sorry, Mila.
No, but that's the point, is that it's really about portability of an account, and that's a merchant requirement, perhaps, but it may not be. You pick the relationship you want and you move in infrequently. Of course, lock-ins are a tool used by commerce service providers to lock you in, but it doesn't stop, for example, Visa and MasterCard from both competing in the same market with wildly different messaging interfaces on their systems, despite the fact there's a lot of standardization. You know, trying to implement a wallet that does both Visa Direct and MasterPass, for instance. First, they probably wouldn't allow it, but if you did, you would be implementing two completely different APIs and idiomatic strategies for message passing and so forth. So I think if we really reduce this down to who are we serving, we get down to an underexpressed MRTP that we really need to focus more attention on, make that right so that the standard merchants have a way to connect into the system and solve for the lack of pull, since we don't support pull payments. And then having done that, independently, the wallet interface allows for the surfacing of these core use cases through wallets rather than through the DFSPs themselves, which I think solves for the two cases. You either have an interface to a fintech for in-purpose payments that's over the top, or you have the need to put a better user interface on the payment system rather than waiting for banks and mobile operators to provide it for you. And it minimizes the implementation surface area that a DFSP has to implement. Because if they're not uniformly implemented, I don't think it works, right? I think that's the challenge. If you had, say, 3 of them implementing it, but you have 35 providers in the market, I don't think it works quite so well. That's what UPI did. They basically said, you all have to implement it. If we send you a PIN request, you have to answer it. And you have to use our code so we can be sure it's secure. This is super good, though. I'm really glad you guys brought this up, because it's something we should debate. And maybe there's something we could put on the agenda in Zanzibar as well to maybe get a little closer to it, especially around MRTP.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So we will continue the discussion. For those who are interested, there is it's an issue on the CCB GitHub page, and we would be very interested to receive comments from anyone on that. So I will actually, that's what I will do, is I will stick that in the chat at some point.
That would be useful. Well, thank you so much.
Sure.
I'm going to bring this to a close. We're about 5 minutes over. So thank you so much to JJ, Michael, Sam, and all the others. We are supposed to be on a break right now. I may have to extend the break just a little bit more, but I do want to give you the final opportunity to join our last trivia before for this convening. So again, the link is in the chat there, and you can join again on your phone using the QR code on your screen. So again, this is the final round and the winner, by the way, just in case you're wondering, the winner will be announced tomorrow at the convening. I'll put the direct link for those people.
What's the pin, Simeon?
The pin is 732211.
It's on the top of the screen.
It is on the top of the screen.
Oh yeah, okay. Should have paid attention, shouldn't I?
But also, if you want a direct link, there is one in the chat there for you. I'm just going to log in to this final one. Do remember to stick with the same nickname that you've used. That should allow us to tally all your scores across. Excellent. 19 people. See, I'll give it, we're running out of time here, so I'll give it maybe 2 more seconds and then we will get into it. Any final people joining? There we go. Let's start. Awesome. The final 8 questions in this final round 4. Remember, the faster you answer, the quicker, the more points you get. Question 1. Which country has the most Holocene volcanoes? Which country has the most Holocene volcanoes? Peru, Japan, Russia, the United States of America. The correct answer is the United States of America, which nobody got. There's a new trivia quick for you. Yeah,
I was trying to click on that, Simeon, but it was not working.
Sorry, it must be your device.
Yeah, it probably is.
The actually answer is 161, and thanks in great part to Alaska, great state of Alaska. Let's go to the next question. Yeah, who's on the scoreboard? No one.
So how come Steve's winning if he's got the same points as me?
Where's the largest desert in the world? Africa, Antarctica. Miguel, there's an Antarctica question for you. Asia or North America? Where is the largest desert in the world? Africa, Asia, Antarctica, or North America? Again, trick question. The answer is definitely not Africa. It is Antarctica. Miguel probably knew that. Let's see if you did actually get that.
That's true.
Rajesh got the answer. Oh, sorry, it's Steve. Interesting. Sam as well, and Nick 692. Only 4 people answered that question correctly. The rest of us need to pull up ourselves. Well, we've got 6 more questions to go. Let's see if we can redeem ourselves. Where was the world's oldest mummy found? That's a hilarious picture. Where was the world's oldest mummy found? Egypt, Scotland, Portugal, or China? The world's oldest mummy. I think Portugal has the world's oldest city, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know about mummies. Where was the world's oldest mummy found? Egypt, Scotland, Portugal, China. The correct answer is actually Portugal. Interesting. I got that answer. Well, I know Lisbon is one of the world's oldest cities. Let's use on the scoreboard now. I didn't make it back. Nini with 1,000. Carol is next. Josh and Steve are still on the board. Son of Assam showed up. Does Portugal have mummies? Yes, that's how they used to preserve dead bodies in the past, Miguel. Here's a tip for you. Let's go to the next question. Question 4. We're at the halfway mark. True or false? China is the second largest country in the world by land mass. True or false? China is the second largest country in the world by land mass. Give you 2 easy options there. China is the second largest country in the world by land mass. Pedro, I wonder if you got the Portugal question correct. False. China is certainly not the second largest country in the world by land mass. I wonder which one it is. Miguel probably thinks it's Antarctica, no? Canada is the correct answer. Excellent. Steve knew that. Yes, I'm up on the board. I wonder if Desire is there. Sam, Rajesh, and me. Let's go to question number 5. Question number 5. What was the fastest recorded wind gust? What was the fastest recorded wind gust? 253 miles per hour, 231 miles per hour, 211 miles per hour, or 198 miles per hour? What was the fastest recorded wind gust? We've got 20 answers in. The correct answer is 253. I wonder why people thought it was. Next time, go with the highest number. See if that gives you the correct answer. Let's use on the board.
That was in Antarctica.
Right. Some kids on the board. Son of Sam. Steve's still up there. Steve, you might be in the running for the winner of the entire trivia this time. Can't do worse is still doing very clearly, doing really well. Let's go to question 6, the penultimate question. The fastest wind was in Australia. The CBC Center of Excellence is located where? Singapore, South Africa, Seattle, or Tanzania? Singapore, South Africa, Seattle, or Tanzania? Multiple question for you all. The CBDC Center of Excellence is in Singapore, South Africa, Seattle, or Tanzania. The correct answer is Singapore, not South Africa or Tanzania, for those people who chose that. Let's use it. Oh, not much movement. See, Steve's still on the board. Sam K is there. Pay is up on the board. 3 people have reached an answer streak of 3 questions correct. Excellent. I agree, Miguel. The 4th question should have started with yes. As of 2022, what is the hottest pepper in the world? Dragon's breath pepper, Carolina pepper, pepper X, Apollo pepper. As of 2022, what is the hottest pepper in the world? Pepper X? Interesting. Reminds me of Powerpuff Girls. Pepper X is the hottest pepper in the world. I thought it was Dragon's breath pepper. 3.2 mil on the scale. That's the answer. So next question. Let's see. That's changed a bit. Rajesh is up top. Rajesh might actually win this one. High people climbed up 4 places. Right, let's see the final question. Double points for this question. How long were Megan and Paula's luggage lost at the April 2022 community meeting? In Arusha, Megan and Paula's luggage were lost for how long? 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 1 week. This is a good question. For double points, how long were Megan and Paula's luggage? They were lost for 5 days. For those of you guys who were not in Arusha with us last convening, Paula and Mega's bags didn't show up until the very last day. So, but as always, let's see who the top three are. 1 week is 7 days, Michael, not 5 days. In third position, Son of Sam, 4 out of 8 questions.
That was my point.
Steve is 4 out of 8, and 5 out of 8. The winner of this round is Sam. Congratulations. PA and MPB are 4th and 5th. Excellent. So I will give you, we will tally the full results at the very last session tomorrow. So do come and find out who won, who's the overall winner of the final round, of the entire 4 rounds of trivia we've had. Thank you so much for playing. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then at 10 minutes to 3 p.m. UTC, we'll have Greg come and talk about the open source FRMS solution. So see you in 5 minutes. Thanks, everyone. All right. Greg, are you there?
I'm here.
Excellent. We're at 10 minutes to the hour, so I will pass it over to you to start.
Okay, sounds cool. Let me get this all fired up here. And
Yep, you can see it. Go ahead.
all right, sounds good. Well, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everybody. It looks like everybody's still all around the world, no changes there. I'm going to talk about some announcements first, the current status and changes as far as the program, a review of the purpose and a high-level review of the tech, and what we need help with. I'm not going to be doing a deep dive. We're kind of in a transitionary period right now, where we've just completed the MVP and we're moving on to the next components. There's not a lot to talk about tech-wise at the moment. So first off, on the announcement side, my last day at Cyburn is Friday. I will assume all of your microphones were off and you all went, "Oh man, that's a bummer." But I'm going to still be working in the space. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation created the Fraud Risk Management Center of Excellence. We had to give it a name, and that's what we've got so far. So it is a center of excellence, with one of the assets being the fraud risk management product, or the transactional monitoring system. I am going to be the executive director of this center of excellence, and no, I was not poached. Everybody's still very happy with what's going on. I still plan to be involved with the Mojaloop community and really want to be involved in the CBDC Center of Excellence, as well, as I think there is some commingling of interests there. So the Cyber team that will be replacing me, and I'll do the next TGB meeting with Roland, and do a changeover and an introduction. It's not like I'm going anywhere or running away. So Roland, who is the CTO at Cybrin, will take my place in the TGB. Jason Darmanovich has had and has been running. He's been the BU head for the open source initiatives, which also includes Mojaloop and the fraud risk management section. Johannes Foley is currently a DA member, product manager, Mojaloop, fraud and risk. And then from a business perspective, Salvatore Herrera, who is the BU head of innovations and product, he focuses mainly on the biometrics and the onboarding areas. So a lot of our AI components are under him. He will be taking the business side of Actio, or the FRMS. So basically, a lot of what we're going to do is share what's complete. That the new Center of Excellence, what it's going to look like, or possibly look like, since it's brand new, we really don't know. The fact that the PPA adapter is in fact being built for Mojaloop, so connectivity with that's going on, and Foley is handling the interaction with everybody over there. Then from the rest of the deck, kind of the flow that I'm going to go through is take you through a use case that we were designed to cover. Basically how that's a pattern or becomes a typology. How do we create typologies? How the process works in general, how it works within the greater context of a DFSP and a switch, Mojaloop, what makes us unique as far as what we're doing, and then the Center of Excellence itself. So we've got a group of users that perform actions. In this case, we've got Adamu Bingwa, Cheji. Were convinced by Etana here that they won a prize and they needed to pay a small administration fee to Etana to process their winnings. So a classic scam type of scenario. They each transfer the money to Etana's account. As the payment arrives, Etana immediately cashes out the payment. Adamu's payment arrives after the money agent is closed for the day, and Etana quickly transfers the money to Dume. And the very first thing in the morning he does is cash out. So kind of suspicious if you look at it, but Adamu, Bingwei, and Cheji may not realize anything yet at this point. So does this show the pattern of a fraud? We're still very particular about showing our typologies, the details of our typologies, but basically this falls under scams or our typology 28. And I'll go into this into more detail, but it hits a couple of areas and a couple of flags and is in fact a fraud. So let me change the pointer. So what we've got is, this new creditor transfer rule, right? So basically all these people created a new creditor. So that should be a flag, or a type of a potential flag. And that person is Etana. Are outgoing transfers similar, right? Yes, in fact, they are. They all won a prize and there's a fee. So they're exactly the same. Is there increased account activity that goes on with the creditor, so with Etana? Yes, there's an increased amount of activity. Are there a large number of similar transaction amounts with the creditor? Yes, they're all sending the exact same thing to Etana. Is Etana aggregating payments coming from other people and doing transaction mirroring? Yes, that's exactly what's going on. And then is there immediate transaction mirroring, in this case, cashing out or doing a transfer to Dume? So the reality is this is a fraud. This falls under the false promotions, phishing, social engineering, basically scams category of things. So this is what we were intending to catch. This pattern is called a typology. And so what we have next is how do we define a typology to the system? First, we have to develop all the individual rules, those rules that I just walked through. There's actually all these rules here. Those just happen to be the ones that got caught. And then we compose them into the form of a typology. So how does the pattern look? What are the limits? Things along those lines. And after that, we have to have a mechanism to deploy that typology, and we deploy it to the system. Once it's in the system, though, that's not enough. We also have to be able to calibrate it. Because in one vendor, it may be that three people sending money to somebody counts as a fraud, and another one it may be two, things along those lines. So everything needs to be individually calibrated once it's put in place, and that also needs to occur for the typology and the rules. So from there, we have this thing called the network map. And I believe we've talked about this before, but if you recall, all those transactions were done domestically. None of them were cross-border, none of them were Forex. So we take a look at basically, what typologies need to run against a transaction. And that is part of what this network map does. So there's no Forex involved. So we can immediately rule out the fact that we need to run any typologies for Forex. And so we can drop those out of the mix, all right? Reducing the amount of work that we have to do, increasing the speed and performance of the system. From here, the network map also lists all the rules that are going to be run for all the typologies and has a process in it for deduping the rules. So we also drop duplicate rules. And therefore, we're going to run the system very efficiently. So we're going to run only the typologies that are needed for a given transaction, and only the rules that are needed. We're going to run them once and use them for all typologies. So what does the process flow look like in general? The process flow basically starts, we call this a PPA or payment adapter, but the reality is it's any sort of a channel, and I'll explain that in a minute. So I've simplified this a little bit from the technical depth before. Basically, the payment platform adapter is an adapter that connects to the system that so that we know how to gather all the information that we need from the system. From there, we have the transactional monitoring system API that actually works through the API or through the PPA and monitors all the transactions that come in. From there, we have data prep is continuously going on. So data prep is going on before, during a transaction. We're going to set things up, and after a transaction, etc. There's a lot of different processes that need to occur on the data side. At the CRISP level, the channel level, we're going to start to run that data map. We're going to determine the appropriate typologies. We're going to determine the rules, and we're going to route them to where they need to go. Basically, you can think of this as a big old bucket of rules that need to be run, but they're run within the given channel, and a given channel has different performance indicators. So like interdictive rules that need to run immediately and stop a payment would have a channel by itself that it's run in that fashion, and its rules would be run within that channel. We're going to then aggregate all the results and score the individual typologies. And if there is something that requires us to do an interdiction or a stop transaction, we're going to create an investigation alert at this point in time. At that point, we're going to take a look at the channel, and we're going to aggregate all the typologies into a given channel. We may have typologies that the score didn't indicate a flag at the transaction processor level, but at the channel level, when combined, they may actually cause a flag. So there's lots of reasons to pull that together at that point. And then we're going to take the individual channels, and we're going to pull them together to the transaction aggregation. And we're going to create investigation alerts, write the transaction results, etc. And we write that out through an API that is the CMS API that outputs the results. And basically, it's the end of the process. One of the things that we designed this for, though, was to be generic. So we can take this PPA and we can turn that into just about anything. We could make that a processing adapter for insurance, for cyber, for lots of different types of systems. The TMS API is mostly going to remain the same. We may have to adjust that for different data types, and the data prep is changed always. For every customer, that's going to be an adjustment. Just because someone is using, let's say, Flex for a core banking system doesn't mean they're using it the same way. Doesn't mean they have things that are going to flag in the same manner. So there's always going to be a major adjustments to the data prep layer. Then we're going to do an adjustment to the network maps and the rules. And then inside the rules itself, we can actually, these rules can be algorithmic as they're intended to be right now, or AI based. But everything that happens from that point on is basically pretty, the same. We may need to continue some data through or something along those lines, but basically the process remains unchanged. So we've got a pretty good pipeline for processing. We went with the semi-attached model. If you guys recall from times gone back when the Deloitte work, Justice was doing a lot of this work. We went with the semi-attached model. And one of the main reasons is that the DFSP, the financial service provider, is the obligatory. They're obligated to the regulator, not the payment switch. The payment switch may be obligated in different ways, but they're not the ultimate party that's responsible for letting a transaction onto the system. So by being semi-attached, we have a separate system that runs in conjunction with the hub. And basically, you have these adapters that run at each of the DFSPs, or perhaps maybe they run an entire system even. So we can go straight through, or we can go through a PPA adapter and direct to our system. We can also have them go straight through to the switch, and the switch runs an adapter. So either type of location, it can be set up to handle both so that there can be a mixed match of options. All these transactional data is the FRAML, the fraud data and the AML data that comes out are going to be routed back to the CMS system. and they're going to get all that information back so they can interact with the regulators as well as they get their alerts and things like that. The output is really generic. It's one JSON file. And then there are various alerts that can be triggered as well to alert a different system or to do interdictive stop. So that's kind of how it runs and how it fits into the system and goes to the regulator at the end. So what's more important to talk about is why did we do this? Why an open source fraud risk management system? I love this quote. I found this a little while ago and I've been reusing it over and over again. With 4.5 billion people online, more than half of humanity is at risk of falling victim to cybercrime at any time, requiring a unified and strong response. That's from Jürgen Stock, who at the time was the Interpol Secretary General. I'm not sure if he still is. But we can see that fraud is a major issue and it's getting worse. It's expensive. It's expensive to those who are defrauded, especially the those at the lower end of the totem pole, if you will. It's expensive to the system. It costs a lot of money to the system in losses, and it costs a lot of money in the systems that are needed both for responding with the regulators and in actually catching the fraud and reducing the fraud. And it's expensive to the government for dealing with their own fraud and helping others to defend against it. So there's a human impact, government outcomes impact, reputational government systems impact, an industry impact, environmental, security, financial, and business impact. The reality is this impacts a lot of stuff. It's just huge. Based on international estimates, it was determined that the public bodies, so any given government, loses between 0.5 to 5% of their spend to fraud. Those are big numbers. The private sector is a lot harder to come up with because they fear this impact of reputational damage. But Merchant Savvy has determined that global losses of payment fraud have tripled to 32.39 billion in 2020, and going to 2027 is expected to hit the 40 billion mark, a little over half of that, or a raise of 25% during that time frame. I wouldn't doubt that that's going up, but this is the most recent number that I could find. So there's a huge increase in fraud that's happening, and we need to get some control over it. So why did we start with a transactional monitoring system? Because typically it's the most complex component of a fraud risk management system. Typically it's the hardest component of to implement of fraud risk management system. And typically it's the most expensive component of a fraud risk management system. Basically, it also has the most room for improvement. And what I mean by that is if you're a very large bank, you can afford the best of systems. You've probably got a lot of custom stuff in place too, for that matter. If you're on the smaller side, if you're a microfinance or a smaller bank, you're making difficult decisions with budget, and you're probably doing just what you have to, or you're doing absolutely nothing at all. So within an organization, it is the place that we can see the most room for improvement in a fraud system. They will be doing basic KYC, know your customer and things along those lines, because it's heavily regulated. But actually catching the fraud, it's regulated, but not quite so much. And it's something that's being worked on. We did have a goal to make a system that both scales up and scales down and solves more than one problem. So be it payment, cyber, or internal fraud. And we've succeeded with that. But the biggest thing that, as far as why, basically, hopefully you got out of that, it's hard. So I went ahead and I ripped off John F. Kennedy here. And when he was talking about, going to the moon, he says, we choose to go to the moon in this decade and to do the other things, not because they're easy, but because they're hard, et cetera, and because we can do it, basically. So replace that go to the moon with build a TMS because we can do it. And because we can solve, in particular, this gap right here, those people that are underserved and not covered at all, we can take care of. And we can reduce the costs in the system by providing something that normally is very complex, normally is very expensive, and things like that. So that's why we chose to focus on this. So some of the unique features, it's an engine only. You guys probably know that, but maybe some of the folks on here are new. It is API driven, highly configurable. So it is an engine, it's an API driven engine, but it's configurable by JSON message. So there is no UX for this. The UX is assumed, just like with Mojaloop, that somebody's going to develop that. It's really modular and adapter driven, both inbound and outbound. It scales up to run the largest of enterprises. So it's designed to massively scale out and literally do tens of thousands of transactions. But it's also designed to run on, let's say, a laptop. So how do we get something to the smallest of organizations where we're not trying to run more than 3,000 transactions a second and 35 milliseconds for a transaction resolution? These people are operating in minutes, perhaps. So it needed to both scale up and scale down, which is interesting because scaling up in and of itself is hard to design a system that does that, and scaling down is hard to design a system that does that. Designing a system that does both is very hard, and that is what we chose to do. We pseudo-anonymize the data. Basically what that means is all data coming in, all logging data is pseudo-anonymized, and to get rid of the PII information, the personally identifiable information. This is not GDPR ready or ready for systems because we don't have functionalities like take somebody out of a system, give them their data back, all the other things that a program like that requires. But it does protect all of the information within the system. So the most important step is done, and we leave the rest to the implementer. It's got this unique channel-driven design. So I mentioned interdicting. So we may need to stop a transaction actually, before it completes. We can have a channel just for that. A channel for immediate, that runs in milliseconds or runs in seconds. Near real time, if you will, that runs, in a few more seconds. Or in minutes even, and batch typologies, so things that are run daily, nightly, etc. So we can have a channel for each one of those. We can tune that channel, from a performance perspective and a consumption of resources perspective. So each channel can be tuned, by itself. Again, we have that concept of the network map per payment or transaction, and it determines the typologies to be run for the transaction and then the rules, and so those are run exactly only once. It's a very efficient use of the system. Like I said, the whole thing is configuration based, so these are the items that can be configured. The channel routing and setup processor, which is that CRSP, that CRISP component. This is where we decide what's going to happen with the network map. Individual rule processors can be set up and configured. The typology processors, so what are the typology expressions, the scoring, things like that, all the different parameters. The channel aggregation decisioning processor, so from the channel perspective, and then at the completion, the actual transaction itself. That's kind of a high-level overview of of what we built and where we are, right now. Where we're going is this FRMS Center of Excellence, which is barely a thing. So we have an idea of where we want to go with it. It's being shaped and built as we speak. I would expect that, although I put it into Veer, it's moving along pretty fast, but there may be elements that aren't done until the end of the year. But the main and first job of this is how do we get engagements for the open source transactional monitoring system? How do we advance the cause? How do we get people using the MVP? Access is coming. We have now set up a neutral for the Center of Excellence location, and that, to be honest, the GitHub will probably be at this location before probably the end of the week. and the documentation will all be moved and ported shortly. Johannes Foley is handling all that. He does have an email address that is just at frms.io. Please, if you will, if you want to get access or you want to know how to implement, you want to know how to run the CI/CD, contact Foley, but please contact him through here so his work address doesn't get clogged up. I would expect that if you want to have a system and check it out from a CIDC standpoint, actually be running things, that would be in place by the end of August. Typologies are managed separately. As I said, so far we're still taking a protective viewpoint, and we haven't quite figured out how we're going to deal with that. We created the Center of Excellence. Basically, in the long run, it will cover all these different things. But as of right now, it is only the transactional monitoring and the process for that. So the process meaning that we can add, say, cybercrime and things like that into the mix. The processing pipeline exists. As well as the typologies. Lextigo going forward will be managing all of this. And the apricot model for calculating the scoring exists. We hope to have consulting, but the consulting will be in the form of pre-project planning, RFP support, funding support. And from a project management perspective, it'll be best practices and like a list of resources. From a knowledge portal, it'll be basically what we see in Mojaloop, the case studies, guidance, training materials, reference materials, things of that nature. Basically what we've got is from a customer standpoint, we can service all of these types of organizations with minimal changes to the system. But someone needs to focus on these. So that is an opportunity, a business opportunity for an organization. From a system integration standpoint, we have kind of the maintainers branch, which at the moment is mainly Cyber and Lextego. We have the consultants branch, which I have indications from Deloitte and BDO that they'll continue with doing advisory work and the general risk management or regulatory advice to an organization. Then on the FRMS side, we basically have the pure open source component, and we have people that are going to do their own branding. Cyber at the moment is the only one who stood up and said that they're going to do their own branding. It may be that we have switch operators that do their branding, switch providers that do their branding, people that provide core banking systems that do their own branded version. Basically, this is intended to be OEM'd inside another system, cyber, etc. Although we don't have anybody that's raised their hand to operate an official enterprise version, I'm hoping that I can convince Cybrin to do so. So what do we need? We need SMEs, subject matter experts. We need these advisory consultants to step up. We need the customers to test. How do we actually put this on site, use their data, their systems, and make it run? We need the system integrators to sign up, customers for the engagements as a whole, and then the OEMs to sign up. So that's where we're going with that. And I'll leave you with the contacts on who to contact as far as what's going on from a cyber perspective and how to contact me going forward. And that is what I have.
Excellent, Greg. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock. I want to see if there's any reactions from anyone. Any questions or stuff in the chat?
I have a burning question,
Yes.
Greg.
Yeah.
Tom here. So what about anti-slavery and anti-sex child trafficking, online sexual exploitation of children? Any sort of platform or and particularly payment platforms. And we've had a big one here with one of our banks in Australia where they were actually enabling it, and they got caught from something called AUSTRAC, which is there, as the Centre of Excellence, is there been any thought or any thought whatsoever of trying to track and prevent the Mojaloop systems and and these financial payments platforms from detecting and becoming hubs and tools?
Yeah. Well, I tell you, Tom, there's a lot of, well, I shouldn't say a lot of, there's at least two. I wasn't familiar with OzTrack, but there are two organizations that specialize in this that are pretty good. But, all this for us, this would just be a change in typologies and rules and then configuring it up. And we could go after that type of information as well. To be honest, I don't know the full scope of what the Center of Excellence will cover. Matt and I are still working on that. We have a meeting tomorrow with a group of very interested people that have been part of another well, you talked to Charity during the last meeting. She runs the collaborative fraud program. We'll be talking to them tomorrow, and then there are various other organizations that have expressed interest as well. So yes, it can handle things like that because to the system, it's just a matter of creating the rule, creating the typology, how we would that up, and then how we have the adapter to the individual systems. So it's kind of the benefit of how we designed this is we can adjust it. An organization can decide to go after something like that. That's the space they want to specialize in, and then we can support them. So we could support them with how to make an adapter to change to the front end, how to they would have to adjust it to deal with the data, how to make the individual rules, and how to make the typologies. So we won't, in general, be making those ourselves, but we'd be supporting somebody else doing that, or maybe doing a white paper on how to implement something like that.
Yeah. So, and Tom, this is Matt. There are a lot of sort of unimplemented typologies in our grid, if you will, and in our backlog. If you wanted to help us to produce a typology on that, or sort of help us find like the one from OzTrack or others, we would love to sort of get that into the list.
Yeah, I don't have the expertise, but I work with people who do. So it'd be good to explore this a little bit more. It's great to know that that's at least been in your thinking. Let me just advocate it for it a little bit if I can, because it's growing, and the law enforcement folks I work with, I mean, it's right throughout Southeast Asia, and it's pretty bad. But there's organized forces trying to actually now exploit Africa, and that's actually started happening. I've been starting to see some arrests and some papers on that as well. So it's Africa sadly is a frontier, particularly for OSEC, online sexual exploitation of children. So anyway, that's my advocacy for the topic. I'm so glad you've been thinking of it. I just want to recommend it and importance to you.
Yeah, so Tom, just to let you know, in the list of typologies, there are 232 right now. The wildlife ones, as they relate to anti-money laundering, already exist, for example. So we do have typologies that are that. So I don't recall any off the top that deal with that, but that's definitely something to take a look at. Yeah, would appreciate your help with that.
Excellent. I'm just waiting to see if there's any final comments. If not, Greg, do you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, that's really what I had right now. Friday is my last day, but not my last day for working with Mojaloop. I've already talked with Simeon, and Paula was sick when I called her still. But I want to stay involved. I believe in in these processes, and actually, I'm really excited that I kind of jumped from the commercial to the philanthropic or the NGO side of things, and I don't have to worry about the profit side quite so much. I just have to make sure that it's worth the spend, or Matt will be mad at me. So it's a different thing for me. But that's it. That's what I've got.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Greg. This brings us to the final session for today, which, sorry, I'm just trying to get that, there we go, which is Interledger, Rafiki, and Mojaloop. I just want to acknowledge that we've got Interledger folks. I see Chris Law, I see Brianna Marbury. Brianna is the Executive Director at Interledger Foundation. Brianna, if you're able to, would you show your face and say a quick hello to the community here?
Yes. There we go. Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. I'm so excited about this. I'm super excited that we've made so much progress in bringing Mojaloop and Interledger together. And I'm glad to see Alex and Michael share out what we've come up with.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks, Brianna. I will quickly pass it back to Michael Richards and Alex. You guys take it away.
Thank you, Simeon.
Right. Okay, so hello again. I have drawn the presenting straw yet again, I think, on this one. Is that right, Alex?
Yes, yes, I'm sorry.
So.
I promise I'll pick up the next one.
Okay, you all heard him, folks. He said he would definitely do the next one. Okay. Oh, this is called title. So there are two possible scenarios, we think, for using Rafiki, which is the open payments protocol, which is implemented on top of ILP in a Mojaloop system. In the first one, Rafiki replaces or duplicates some of the functions of the Mojaloop switch. Now, Mojaloop switch already uses some Interledger protocol elements, and as I've said, Rafiki is built on top of the Interledger protocol. So we did take a look and see whether it was possible for Rafiki to do some of the work that the Mojaloop switch currently does. However, we think that that's not the case. Anyway, the second is peripheral. So in this scenario, Rafiki manages transfers between institutions which don't support Mojaloop but do support ILP, and institutions which belong to a Mojaloop scheme. Now, this essentially is the adapter scenario that we were talking about earlier on in cross-network. And what will happen is that the Rafiki adapter will be an adapter, a bridgehead adapter into a Mojaloop scheme. I'm going to describe how that happens. So our investigations so far, as I've said, we don't think that the Rafiki and Mojaloop will very easily interact with each other directly. But we do think that allowing transactions to be routed from any institution which supports the Rafiki interface and the ILP protocol to use the Rafiki adapter to transfer those funds into a beneficiary on a Mojaloop network. So, as I say, our plan is to use a Rafiki-enabled proxy as a participant in the Mojaloop scheme. The proxy will manage a neighborhood which represents the Mojaloop scheme to the ILP network. Now, the ILP network is a generalized network of interactions between peers, and each of those peers speaks for, or can speak for, a domain. The idea is that the Rafiki adapter will represent a domain which contains institutions in the Mojaloop scheme to which it is attached. So that will enable other ILP-enabled institutions to discover Mojaloop institutions using the Rafiki adapter. So, transferring funds, the sending institution uses, it says ILP, but I think it should say Rafiki. Would you agree, Alex?
I feel like that's a very good implementation detail. It could use both,
Okay.
and we need to make that decision when we implement. But there's a short answer: it can use both.
Okay, cool. The Rafiki adapter, the Rafiki routes the request to the proxy in the Mojaloop system. The proxy manages interaction with the eventual recipient, the beneficiary, returning information via ILP to the sender so that the sender can understand whether the transfer succeeded or failed, and also matters relating to clearing and settling. So each ILP participant records the movement of funds for itself. You'll see how that happens in the future. This is just a ledger movement in ILP. It's analogous to the ledger movements that the Mojaloop scheme records. So essentially, it just records the net obligations between to a pair of ledgers. And there is a separate management of settlement in ILP. And each ILP participant is responsible for settling with its peer using whatever settlement method is agreed between them. And now that may mean that a participant belongs to two or several settlement schemes, for instance, where it undertakes currency conversion. You'll see that in the example we're going to show you later on. And the Rafiki-enabled proxy will therefore need to belong to one or possibly more settlement schemes. So here's an example scenario, which is what we're going to use to illustrate how this will work. So funds are sent from a bank which has an ILP peer relationship with a ledger, belongs to an RTGS, and supports USD transfers, transfers in US dollars. Ledger A has a peer relationship with the bank and with Ledger B, belongs to, it shouldn't say RTGS1, that's different in the example, but also supports US dollar transfers. Ledger B has two relationships, one with Ledger A, one with Ledger C, and also supports US dollar transfers. Ledger C has a peer relationship with Ledger B and with the Rafiki proxy, and it belongs to two separate schemes. Also, it supports transfers both in US dollars and in Philippine pesos. And finally, the Rafiki proxy has an ILP peer relationship with Ledger C. It's also a participant in a Mojaloop scheme, a bridgehead participant in the sense we talked about it earlier today. It belongs to an automated clearinghouse for ILP settlement and an RTGS for Mojaloop settlement. And it supports Philippine peso transfers. So in our example, funds are being transferred from a customer of the original bank to a customer of the mobile money system. Bank's account is denominated in US dollars. The mobile money account is denominated in Philippine pesos. So we've got the Mojaloop hub on the right-hand side. Three participants attached to that, a bank, an MFI, and a mobile money system. And the Rafiki proxy, which is a full participant in the Mojaloop scheme, provides liquidity cover, settles with other participants, but its customers are in fact customers of other Rafiki institutions like the originating bank in this example. So there's the originating bank. And here is the connection between the various ledgers that undertake the ILP transfer from the originating bank to the Rafiki proxy. So that is the messaging view of how things work. And we've got a series of messages. Those are all ILP messages. These are Mojaloop messages. So the originating bank and the Rafiki proxy communicate using the open payment standard. And the intermediate ledgers communicate with each other using the ILP protocol. Well, okay, we'll move on and now look at how this works in the ledgers. So the originating bank gets a debit of $10 on its ledgers. Ledger A gets a credit of $10, a debit of $10, so it's even Steven. Same for Ledger B. Ledger C gets a credit of $10 and a debit of 560 Philippine pesos, because Ledger C is doing the currency conversion between US dollars and Philippine pesos. The Rafiki proxy gets a credit of 560 pesos and a debit of 560 pesos, and the mobile money system gets a credit of 560 pesos. So the debits and credits that appear in the Mojaloop system are just a debit of $560 from the Rafiki proxy and a credit of $560 Philippine pesos to the mobile money system. The 560 pesos, which appear as a plus on the Rafiki proxy, are the things that guarantee the ability of the proxy to have liquidity cover for the transfer when it makes it. So how does this work from a settlement perspective? Well, we've got an RTGS which manages the settlement of funds between the originating bank and Ledger A, a clearinghouse which manages the settlement of funds between Ledger A and Ledger B, another RTGS which manages the clearing between Ledger B and Ledger C in dollars, and another clearinghouse which manages the conversion between, which manages the transfer of Philippine pesos between Ledger C and the Rafiki proxy. And finally, we've got another RTGS which manages the settlement in Philippine pesos between the Rafiki proxy and the mobile money system. So that's how that will all work. Now, there's an open payments relationship between the originating bank and the Rafiki proxy. This means that there's a discoverability layer between them, and they can find each other across the network, and that's a network of arbitrary complexity and size. So effectively, any institution which supports the open payment relationship can find Rafiki proxies which are attached to Mojaloop systems. Under the covers, funds are transferred and settled between ledgers using an ILP relationship, i.e. the ILP protocol allows the ledgers to work out a route that goes from the originating institution to the Rafiki proxy. That's left to effectively to the internal workings of the ILP protocol, and neither party needs to know what the overall route is, though in fact they can get information, for instance, about any charges that are made by parties across the route, that kind of thing. The Rafiki proxy has got to be a participant in the Mojaloop network, and it's got to be capable of participating in settlements across that network. It may also, of course, be a participant on its own accounts with its own customers, or it may simply restrict its activities to processing transfers via Rafiki. It needs to have a peering relationship, an ILP relationship with Ledger C, which of course also includes a settlement relationship with Ledger C, but it doesn't need to worry about any other settlement relationships. For instance, it doesn't need to have a direct settlement relationship with the originating bank. That's all managed internally by, as you've seen, the sequence of settlements by the participating ledgers. Finally, it's possible for the Rafiki proxy to support multiple peering relationships with other ledgers, which will increase its ability to process payments and will also reduce transaction fees because there will be alternate routes for transfers arriving at the Rafiki proxy, and generally speaking, people will choose the lowest cost route. So being able to multiply routes is a good thing. So what do we want to do next? First of all, we want approval from the TGB and the DA for the architectural approach. We want acceptance for this as a Mojaloop work stream for this coming PI 19. We want to identify development resources, develop the proxy and the associated materials, tests and documentation, etc. We want to submit this for approval to the design authority, and we want it to be incorporated in the Mojaloop repository so that implementers who have participants who want to be able to implement a Rafiki relationship can just take it down and use it. So that's basically the end of our presentation. Alex, is there anything you would like to add?
I feel like this was really good. This is where we're going with. I'm really interested to see what questions people have from this, especially around how this works in both Mojaloop and IntelliJ. And I feel like that's the thing I'm looking forward to.
Okay. So, are there any questions or comments or interventions of any kind?
So Michael, this is Matt. I've got a quick one around fee transparency, which, as we all know, is sort of a level 1 principle from the very beginnings. And my understanding of Rafiki is that it doesn't sort of have that quote cycle. And so just wanted to get a sense of how we might be able to give transparency of fees prior to commitment of transactions for our user base. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna take this one. Rafiki actually does have a quoting cycle that happens as part of the initial handshake. You can call it the handshake, but that's part of the open payments relationship. So when you're trying to send that $10, you have a few options, and that is, do you want to send $10 or do you want the recipient to receive $10? And you set that up when you create the first connection, and the reply comes with the chosen route on how much that's going to cost you. After you get the quote, you get the option of actually start paying the quote or dismissing it entirely and not paying. So the new life cycle, ILP indeed has send packets into the ILP. That's why Rafiki is built on top of the ILP to manage this type of interaction. All the math underneath an ILP transaction or an ILP packet is handled by Rafiki. So there is indeed a quoting system and a transparency about route and costs.
Excellent. I must have misunderstood. Thanks so much.
Hey, it's Miller. I got a quick question for you. In this very long chain of money movement, when does finality occur? I know it's a loaded question.
It depends on what you think of as finality. What finality?
Oh, no. We mean only one thing, what banks mean, which is that it's my money and I can do what I want with it and it can't be reversed. So that means that once it arrives, I can spend it, literally cash it out at an ATM and it's gone.
That's it. So when the Mojaloop system pays out, that's when finality happens.
But what I'm noting is that there's a very long chain of liquidity flows through RTGSs, which are typically end of day at the earliest. And so you could be 4 days in by the time that money actually reaches the other end of the provider chain. Mojaloop only has direct agreements with its participants. It doesn't know anything about those upstream providers. It would have no reason to accept their funds or their guarantees. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is how do you bind them into this?
You don't bind anything but legacy. In the diagram Michael had, you only bind legacy, and that's a binding agreement. That settlement agreement, right? That's an actual legal agreement, and it might not happen in 4 days. That's why the Rafiki proxy credits that money into the Mojaloop system, right? And you don't have to worry about all the other ones. You're just worrying about your direct relationship with C.
So in order for this to work, that final one who is a direct participant in Mojaloop and meets the Mojaloop scheme rules and its finality guarantees is using its own working capital, as all the other providers on the system would be doing as a credit, as a debtor.
then they have to arrange the appropriateness of the length of chain and participants up the chain from them in order to decide to enter into this arrangement. And so during the quoting cycle, they could decide, I don't know those guys up there at originating bank. As far as my commitment to the Mojaloop hub, I'm not comfortable with that. And so that the interledger protocol might never form for that particular transaction. But in case that it does form, there's no risk to the Mojaloop participants that it's going to not pay out in some way. Because they've already stood in for it and said, I'm going to do it.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we've said is that the Rafiki proxy must be a participant in good standing and therefore must be prepared to provide credible liquidity cover as far as the scheme is concerned for the transfers where it is a debtor.
And it's a separate study area as to the appropriateness of security around the ledger ABC and so forth. And that's within the interledger domain to sort that out. But that the Rafiki proxy, the blue side of the Rafiki proxy just looks like a Mojaloop participant to the rest of the Mojaloop participants. And it's the interesting business of them to blend the green and the blue in your diagram.
Yes. And is bound, as we've said, by the Mojaloop scheme's rules.
And it's also bound by their agreement with C, by their settlement agreement, or their peer. We call that the peering relationship. A peering relationship is actually a legally binding document you sign before you can peer. So that means they're only binding. They only have a binding relationship with C, and that's why C has a money transmitter license or some sort of a banking license, because technically they're transferring money from the originating bank into the Rafiki proxy, right? You don't have to worry about A and B, because C worries about B and B worries about A, right? And those are different relationships. And that's why settlement can happen at any point in any form. So technically, the money that left A is not the same money that hits the Rafiki proxy, and might never be the same money. They'll settle in.
Right, I get that. But what we're getting at is what we want the experience of the customer of the originating bank is that they have made a payment which cleared at par in real time and is final on clearance at the Rafiki proxy Mojaloop hub to the final recipient, which I guess is one of the three other bank MFI or mobile money system participants. In other words, we would like to see that originating bank have that same experience. It's not a requirement we can enforce on them because they're not part of our scheme, but it is what would make this worthwhile, is if we had an expectation that that's what occurs. Pretty much all the time.
Occurs. As them joining in the intelligent network, that is what occurs, because the money leaves their Rafiki instance, leaves their liquidity cover. So essentially it gets debited out of that account, and like it leaves instantly in originating bank and it arrives 2 seconds later in the Rafiki proxy, right?
But it arrives as a commitment,
and really
it arrives as a commitment.
Yeah, I was going to say it'll be worth modeling this more than simply on desktop, but actually looking at what actual agreements this might flow through, what the reversal strategies are, what regulations apply to it. As you said, in most cases, like in the US anyway, ledger C, B, A, and the originating bank are all money transmitters in this flow. And so it's got a pretty strong rule set to how things work. However, the ACHs in the US are T+2. So money's not going to arrive immediately using an ACH, but there has to be an agreement that the IOU arrives immediately and that the IOU is essentially secure enough that clearing can occur in final form. And it would seem to me that's what we're after with the Rafiki end. I couldn't say how A, B, and C will talk to each other through ACHs and RTGSs, other than it feels a lot like SWIFT, which is really slow and very long.
They won't talk to each other through ACHs or RTGSs. They are exchanging with each other.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I misspoke. I meant the money flow.
Right.
The money flow through an RTGS and 2 ACHs in the US is easily a week before you get to the other end of it.
I understand. But what we're saying, I think, is that, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Alex, that what is flowing between the participants are obligations which are bound by the exchange of fulfillments and conditions.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
so
I
it's
like
working.
the Swift
That's
analogy.
working in exactly the same way as it is inside Mojaloop. So the receipt of a fulfillment based on a condition that was issued by the other party is what gives each participant confidence that it really will, that the other party will make good on its obligation.
Yeah, I like the Swift analogy as well. Where Swift is just a messaging layer, this has dual layers, so it's both a messaging and a clearing layer. And that's why the settlement is not there. It's not the settlement layer, it's just messaging and clearing. The difference is where in a world where Swift messaging could happen asynchronous, this actually happens in real time. And then that's why it's faster than Swift. It's not the 2 day, it's not a 2 day problem, it's a 2 second problem.
Like I said, we'd like to model it and see what really happens, because I think the expectation is that, well, I'm completely aware that Swift is a messaging layer. It is built on top of these other things, and these other things have service level agreements that slow the money down. They're deliberately trying to slow it down. That's actually their whole reason to exist, is to slow it down so that float can be entertained at each one of the stops along the way. It's not an express train, it's a local. And so if we think about how we model this, it would be useful to say how that's not the case here and why that's true. Not just that it could be that you could speed those things up, because there's a lot of commercial pressure to prevent that from occurring. And so it'd be useful to show how this is a advantage to the ecosystem and how it can actually be accomplished. That is that the outstanding loss risk that Rafiki proxy takes across C, B, and A is actually quite low, and we can show why that's true. That it might that outstanding loss risk might be same day, which is perfectly acceptable. It's no different than an ACH then in that respect through an RTGS. But I think it's exciting to see how this can be done, and that you're preserving essentially all of the useful semantics of Interledger and plugging it directly into Mojaloop without actually requiring any of the participants to even know what happened, other than the proxy. I think this is super exciting.
I feel like in an Interledger world, because you're familiar with Interledger, the proxy kind of converts a whole hub into a ledger into the system, and under the hood it streamlines this connection. Instead of having this in the hub, because we talked at the beginning of it as having that Rafiki baked into the hub, it would override or double up as a lot of the Mojaloop system. In this way, it just acts as a transistor, and it allows the entire hub to represent itself as a ledger through one of the participants inside of it, rather than having to put the entire hub on the network or all the participants in the network. Of course, this also works where there's more than one proxy into the hub, or where the proxy has multiple connections with multiple ledgers in the process.
Michael, I'm not sure if Miller's done with questions, but Michael, do you want to? I don't see any other questions unless there is someone who wants to voice them.
Okay, in that case, I will happily stop sharing and return to my position as a mere participant.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Alex. This brings us to the final session for our day. Before you pop off, please, we do want to take a screening. So if you're still with us, do take some time, just come off mute, turn on your videos. And I'd like to see your smiling faces all again. And we can take a screening. What a screening is if you hold your smile steady for the next 30 seconds, we can probably get a good screenshot of all your virtual faces. And Most of you have seen those in subsequent newsletters. But thank you again all for joining. Oh, it's great to see all of you folks.
Some of us have to fix our hair, especially Matt. So, so sometimes your stuff is a lot easier to deal with, man. All right.
I hear you. Great. A big smile, everybody. Thank you so much for. Oh, there's Miller. Yes. Thank you so much for joining. It's great to see the Myanmar folks join us until this late. I know it's also late for Sam and Steve, but thank you so much for joining us. I want to give everybody a quick overview of what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is product day. We'll get a couple of pitches on the different work streams, and we'll get a chance to go into the breakouts and discuss some of these topics further. So we start tomorrow, 11 UTC, and also do come back for the awards session. We've got an excellent awards program tomorrow. Hey, look at all those faces. We've got an excellent awards program acknowledging the people in our community who've contributed significantly over the last PI. So that's something to look forward to, and also crowning the champion for this convenings trivia. So you might be champion for 2 PIs, which is great. Thanks everybody for joining. Have a good rest of your days, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever's left of it. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks all.
All right.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Bye.
Yes, guys. Thanks.
Cheers, everyone. Bye.